jumping on it. I think what's happening is for some reason the computers are falling asleep in the chamber. You guys got to get a little more exciting here.
You have to wake us up about halfway through this session, I think so. Seems to work fine for me now.
It's working fine now? Good.
And I can log into the chamber computer now, so thank you. I see 4 councillors on with 4 council members on with 1 minute to go. I'll just wait till we have quorum, council.
Yes, we do need to wait to have quorum, of course. We're just having a little bit of issue as well with some of the others not being able to unmute themselves. So I might need to ask for a couple of minutes if you could grant me that, and I'll let you know when we're ready. Planning, this is Tina in the chamber. Can you hear me? And could you do a sound check, please?
This is planning. Can you hear us?
We can. Who is it?
This is Joseph Tohill.
Okay. And then is Austin Norrie with you? Can we?
Yes, I'm here as well.
Okay, so we've got you unmuted now. We're good to go.
Tina, this is Teresa, and I'm here too.
Sorry, somebody spoke, but I couldn't. Okay.
It was Tina. Tina, sorry. It was Teresa.
Oh, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stewart.
Thanks very much. I now call the public hearing of June 17th to order. Please make sure, Council, that your video is turned on whenever possible, just so we can maintain quorum, and please let the clerk know if you're leaving the meeting. This meeting is convened by electronic means under Ministerial Order M192, and we're all participating remotely. If our connections are lost anytime during any portion of this hearing, we'll need to recess until the meeting connection is resolved. And we have all that information about how to do that. Members of the public can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which is tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. In-person participation for local government meetings is still not permitted, so all speakers will be phoning in to add their comments. And with that, can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr,
Here.
Councillor DeGenova,
Present.
and you have civic business between 6:30 and 8:30 I have listed here. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick is absent for personal reasons. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
The hearing has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. So, of course, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional and unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for their generosity to all who live on their lands. And big shout out to all our staff who do awesome work here in the city. Thanks so much for everything you do. In terms of the evening this evening, speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Say whether you are support or oppose the recommendation, and if you're a resident of Vancouver, you can only speak once. If you're a speaker, follow along at Twitter for any updates on messages. I'll call out speaker numbers as well, so you can kind of keep track that way. And any comments can be sent to our online web forum at vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. That link is also tweeted in on our live stream. If you have slides, we'll help you through them. You just have to say next. And finally, the City of Vancouver has a longstanding commitment to respecting all genders. So just to remind council, when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gender honorifics. Instead, refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. And I think we're getting the knack of that now, although it took a little while to transition. So thanks, council, for that. A reminder that council's role at the public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, which should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After we hear from everybody, we can approve the application, we can refuse the application, or we can refer the application to staff for further consideration. If we don't conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we'll recess and reconvene on June 30th at 6 p.m. So if we don't finish tonight, June 30th at 6 p.m., that's where we'll be if we don't finish. Let's see. So the first application we'll be considering is a CD1 rezoning on 5412 Canby Street, and I'll just see if anybody wants to declare a conflict. This is the time to do it. I don't hear it, so I'll ask the clerk to read the summary of correspondence and the application.
This is an application by Giant Union Design Architecture and Planning Limited to rezone 5412 Canby Street from RT2 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building containing 23 strata-titled residential units, a height of 19.8 meters or 65 feet, with additional height for a rooftop amenity and a floor space ratio of 2.46 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. One piece of correspondence in support. This represents all correspondence received up to 3:15 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. If anybody wants to speak to this item, the number is 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. That number is on Twitter and on live stream, and I'll remind you as we go through the evening this evening. We have Joseph Tohill from the Rezoning Center here to present. Does anybody want to see the presentation? Any council members?
Move to waive the presentation.
Okay, thanks. Seconder for that.
Second, Councillor.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. So we'll go and so if you have questions for staff on this application, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Weeb, over to you.
Yeah, first question. I'm wondering if staff can talk about the bioswale in the mid block and what the maintenance agreement is that we normally have for a bioswale of this size. As well.
Councillor Weeb, I'm just going to stop you there because I actually forgot to call for the applicant, and I'm just going to do that first, and then you can ask questions to the applicant. So just wondering if the applicant is here as well.
Yes, this is Dan Linender from GOD Group.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to council, or would you like just to be available for questions?
Just any question, let me know.
Okay, definitely. Thanks. Sorry, Councillor Weeb. So back on track. Go ahead. Questions to the staff or applicant?
Yeah, so I guess my first one is, what is the maintenance agreement that we put on a bioswale of this nature? Is it mostly on the proponent that has to do the maintenance, recognizing that they need to be upkept?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Just give us 1 second here while we confirm that.
That's some high heat right out of the gate, Councillor Weeb.
I guess the second one, while we're waiting, this might be to the proponent. And how was the determination of the amenity space between outdoor and indoor? And how did that get determined in your working to make this a livable building?
I don't know if there's another staff member that can take that, but if not, we can just wait for the answers to both.
Hi, Councillor Weeb. It's Cynthia Lau, Senior Rezoning Planner. According to your first question is staff are looking for the provision of it, and we'll continue to negotiate and the maintenance of it through our work, but this will be on city streets is typically part of the engineering works. And if you could repeat your second question, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, the second question is talking about the amenity space and just how we come up with how much is indoor and outdoor, the size, and just what is our kind of rulings on how to make that the most livable for the building, as well as recognizing the extra height and perceived views from the neighborhood.
Hi, Councillor Weeb again. It's Cynthia Lau from the Rezoning Center. So for the indoor and outdoor amenity, these are part of our high-density housing for families guidelines, and they're typically in alignment with that. And so that all of the details of that are through our guidelines and will be managed through the development permit application process.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Council. I did say there was a speaker. There actually isn't. I'm sorry, I read the email incorrectly. So we don't have any speakers to this item. I don't see any councillors on the queue for more questions. So this stage in the game, we're not quite there yet. I have to call 3 times for speakers. So I'm calling the first time 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. To get on the list, and that's the first call. So clerks, is there anybody on the line to speak to this item?
No speakers.
Okay, second call, same thing, same number on Twitter and on live stream. Anybody happen to squeak in that 15 seconds?
No.
Okay, thanks. So third call, I will say, council, I thought having a break at 8 o'clock during the last public hearing for 15 minutes was pretty good. So I'm going to do that again tonight. I'll try to get it as close to 8 as I can. So just so you can get your pizza pops ready or whatever you're doing it there. Third call for speakers, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. It is 6:12, so we'll go for 6:17. So we'll see you shortly.
The council is currently on a short recess. If anyone currently on the line would like to speak to this item, you may press *1 on your keypad to queue up. To remove yourself from the queue, it's *2. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the clerk, is there anybody else on the line after my third call?
I'm just checking, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you.
And the answer is no.
Okay, so we're going to close the speakers list. And so as few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, we're going to close the receipt of public comments. And I'm going to ask the applicant, do you have any closing comments?
No, I don't at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Staff, any closing comments?
No further comments at this time. Thank you.
Great. I'll go back to this. Let me look at the queue here. I don't see anybody on the queue for questions. So can somebody move the recommendation?
So moved.
Councillor DeGenova?
Okay, I heard Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Weeb. I've got the main queue on. If anybody would like to speak to this, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the staff report on how to approve affordability in the Canby corridor. I'm afraid that if we have virtually 100% condos, that we're creating a neighborhood where medium and low income people can't live, and I don't want to contribute to that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to call the vote. Anybody needs a vote assist, please let me know.
Yeah, Mayor, Councillor Kirby-Young, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Sure can. I'll let the clerks make sure they mark that.
And Mayor, it's Councillor Bly, if I can have a vote assist in favor?
Thank you, Councillor Bly. In favor? Thanks so much. That has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you, Council. And next, we're going to the second item. So just get my script here. This is a CD1 rezoning for 7730 to 7772 Canby Street. I'll just call now if anyone has a conflict of interest. This is the time to declare it. And we're going to move on for the clerk to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by Ankenman Marchand Architects to rezone 7730 to 7772 Canby Street from RT1 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of 2 6-story residential buildings containing 68 strata-titled residential units, a height of 20.5 meters or 67 feet, with additional height for a rooftop, amenity, and a floor space ratio of 2.72 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. Since referral to public hearing, the following correspondence has been received. 1 piece of correspondence in support. This represents all correspondence received up to 3:15 p.m. today.
Thank you so much. Council, we don't have any speakers registered for this item, so if it's okay with you, we'll just waive the presentation. But if you do have questions, we have Joseph Tohill here from the Rezoning Center. And I'll just ask if the applicant is here to speak to the application.
Yeah, we're here.
Would you like to speak to council or just answer questions?
Just answer questions.
Okay, thanks so much. So I'm going to now ask council if you have any questions of the staff or applicant, and this is the only time to ask questions of the applicant if you have any. I don't see any questions on the queue, council. If you think of any, you can always do so after I call for speakers. So this is my first call for speakers. 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 #. And clerks, do we have anybody on the line?
Just double checking. And the answer is no.
Okay, we're going to do a second call. You can look on the live stream or on Twitter for the numbers to call in. Clerks, anybody there?
Still no.
Okay, thanks. So it's a third call. 2033-353-8610, code 45733 pound, to get on the call and to talk to council. It is 6:22, so we'll come back at 6:27 for see if there's any speakers. Thanks, council. 6:27. See you in 5.
Council is currently on a short recess. If anyone currently on the line would like to speak to this item, you may press *1 on your keypad to queue up, and to remove yourself from the queue, it's *2. Thank you. If anyone currently on the line would like to speak to this item, you may press *1 on your keypad to queue up, and to remove yourself from the queue, it's *2. Thank you.
Hello, clerks. Just checking to see if there's anybody else on the line.
No.
Great. Thank you, clerks. So we're going to close the speakers list, and we're going to close the receipt of public comments and ask the applicant if you have any closing comments. Applicant, are you?
No closing comments.
Thank you. Staff, any closing comments?
No further comments from staff. Thanks.
Thanks. And I'm just going to check with council. If you have any questions for staff, this is the time to ask them. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to ask for someone to move the recommendations.
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconder?
Fry.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. We'll go to a vote. Oh, sorry. What am I doing? Is there any debate on this? Sorry about that. I don't see anybody on the queue for debate, so I will move to a vote now. I get the clerks to queue up the. There we go. Thank you. If anybody needs a vote assist, please let me know. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yes, I'd like a vote assist in favor, Mayor. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Great. All the votes are in. That has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you so much, Council. We're on to item 3. And just 1 second. Okay, so this is a CD1 rezoning for 3353 Canby Street. And if you have a conflict, this is the time to declare it. I will get the clerk to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by Radiant City Architecture to rezone 3353 Canby Street from C2 Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story office building with ground floor commercial units and a private child care facility. A height of 24 meters or 79 feet and a floor space ratio of 3.01 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 4 pieces of correspondence in support, 5 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 3:15 p.m. today.
Thank you so much. The number to call, 1-833-353-8610, code 45733# to get on the speakers list. We have Tess Monroe here from the Rezoning Center. However, Council, there are no speakers to this listed. So if you're okay, we'll just move on to ask if the applicant is here.
We're here and ready to answer questions. Did want to point out that we're bringing a couple of unique propositions to the table with the second floor dedicated daycare space, and as an alternative to what we might expect as residential, we're providing commercial office space that will provide some diversity in terms of usage in this largely residential neighborhood.
Okay, thanks. Council, this is your time to ask questions to the applicant, and you can also ask questions of staff. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if this is for the applicant or for staff, but please, whichever is appropriate, can you answer? Is there any way that we could make the private daycare into a nonprofit daycare?
Probably to the applicant, I'd say.
I don't think that's contemplated by the owner. I think the intention is that it is a private daycare. I don't think they have. I can't answer that for the applicant, but for the owner. But I think the intention is that it is a private daycare.
Councillor Swanson.
Can the applicant or who answered that?
It was the spokesperson for the applicant, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you basically, it's private and you can't answer any more than that.
Correct.
I know that I'm on the city's child care committee, and we kind of have a preference for nonprofit daycares. Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DeGenova, you have up to 5 minutes. Councillor
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
My question, the applicant, understanding that from the answer to Councillor Swanson, that they replied to Councillor Swanson's question with that they could not speak for the question. Is there any chance that you could, an agreement has been signed with any particular daycare provider's time?
Sorry, Councillor DeGenova, you were breaking up there. It was hard for us to understand your.
My apologies. I was just wondering if there was any chance that the applicant who is representing the owner knows if there's already been a daycare provider selected.
Okay. Did the applicant team hear that?
No, yes, there has not been an operator selected.
Is there any particular, is there any chance that you could convey to the owner that council had asked?
Sorry, Councillor DeGenova, you're breaking up there again.
Oh, my apologies, Mayor. I'm trying to log on for my other deputy mayor event at the same time
Okay.
as asking questions here. I just was wondering if there was any possibility that you could convey the questions that you were asked by council this evening, if a nonprofit operator could or would be considered.
Yeah, yes, we can. We certainly will do that. And in responding that it's likely that this is a private daycare, I'm being kind of conservative, and I don't know the intentions. I think at this point we have to assume it's a private daycare. It might be a path that the owner pursues to make this a nonprofit daycare, choose a nonprofit operator, and we'll certainly convey that preference of councillors for that option.
Thank you for that. And Mayor, may I ask a question of staff?
Yeah, please go ahead.
For-profit or non-profit daycare or childcare space, I should say, in the city of Vancouver, is that regardless of if it's at market rates by a private operator or operated at similar rates by a non-profit operator, is that in great need in this neighborhood? Will this be adding to a need for childcare?
Hi, Councillor DeGenova. It's Cynthia Lau from the Rezoning Center. Staff do look at the need throughout, but also dependent on the ability for the project to able to support a in-kind public benefit, which is not what we're seeking in this case. And as this is a private development, staff are not requiring it to be profit or nonprofit.
Okay, thanks. I was just wondering, is there a need for childcare in this neighborhood specifically? Have staff identified this as a neighborhood that needs childcare, or where needs for childcare are prevalent?
Hi, Councillor. We understand that there's a significant need for childcare throughout the city, and however, we don't have childcare staff here tonight to speak to that. And also, in terms of this specific application, this wasn't requested.
But I understand that in the report here, it meets the guidelines, including the childcare guidelines, and a number of reports that speak to that need. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it would have to meet the guidelines if it will be a space that through the development permit would be evaluated at that time.
And it meets a number of our affordable policies as well. Is that correct?
No, that wouldn't be, because it's not required to be nonprofit, as it is a private facility.
Okay, but for affordable housing?
Councillor DeGenova, this is an office building with a private childcare.
No, I understand, but I'm talking about for affordable housing in the neighborhood, when we look at affordable housing choices, and that being co-located with accessible childcare.
I'm sorry, Councillor DeGenova, I'm a bit confused by your question, as this is for an office building in the county corridor.
No, I understand, but I suppose the question, and it's similar to another rezoning, is are only the is the office tenants going to have exclusive use of this childcare, or is this childcare also going to be offered to people in the neighborhood?
Just a quick answer, staff would be great.
That's not clear, and it would be up to the applicant to determine that.
The intention.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just trying to keep my questions high level for public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant, did you have just a reply to that at all?
Yes, the intention is that this is not a daycare dedicated to the office staff. This is private daycare offered to the public at large.
Thanks so much. Councillor Weed, up to
Thanks.
5 minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of the comments that have been brought forward by the public hearing talk about the fit on the block as well as the commercial space. It'd be interesting from the proponent to identify how they feel that the building fits within the current block and fits within the current retail.
We are on a block that is predominantly one-story, older stock of one-story retail, that particular block. So our proposal within the Canby corridor guidelines is significantly at variance with the existing context. However, it is within the guidelines, and with the projection of what this region of the Canby corridor will eventually become. So all I can say is that we have met the guidelines, the Canby corridor guidelines, that we feel that the alternative of office as opposed to a residential is a contribution in terms of diversity of use, along with the daycare use. Unfortunately, we are a tall building amidst a context of very low buildings. We have tried to respond to the texture of the street and the texture of the existing retail by breaking up the retail into the potential for very small bays, similar to the existing retail texture on that block of Canby.
Okay, I was just wondering, but there wasn't an architectural try to make it the first story or two kind of stick out from the building so it feels consistent with the one story. And I do appreciate the office space above, just trying to, for that public realm component of it, have it blend in with the block a little bit more. Or is that something that you could look at in the BP and development?
The two adjacent buildings, in fact, are three-story buildings. And we did reduce at the recommendation of staff. We did drop the setback level from the fourth story to the third story so that it both is contiguous with the two adjacent buildings and does provide for a step back so that the experience from the street will be like a three-story building and not like a six-story building.
Okay, so you'll have a setback that'll be more consistent with the buildings beside it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I have one question for the applicant first and then one for staff. And to the applicant, I'm spent a lot of time in the Canby Village, and I'm just Google mapping, trying to recall which businesses are there and scanning through here on the application. Which are the current businesses, if any, that are going to be displaced or moved? I see you're next to Flying Wedge Pizza, but I'm not bringing up who's currently in the building.
There is there's a Japanese restaurant. There is on one of our presentation boards, AB 2.2. There is a torta shop.
So it is that block. It's the Torta, the Japanese, the Sorella.
Yes. That's right. There are 5 restaurants. It looks like they're all restaurants.
Okay. Have you had any? So there's 4 or 5. Sorry, you said?
There are 5 retail units. I think 4 of them are restaurants, and one of them maybe something else.
I think it might be the dog retail or dog dog store, if I'm correct.
Could be,
So
could be.
any discussions with those tenants with respect to, because it's right next to some real favorites like Lemonade, gluten-free bakery and others, any discussions with those tenants in terms of interest or ability to return?
I'm not aware of any discussions with those existing tenants.
You're not aware, or you don't believe that any have taken place?
I'm not aware that any have taken place. I'm not saying it's not a possibility. I don't know.
Is that because you're not involved in that side of the project, or is that something that you don't think that the owner has wanted to undertake? I'm really curious to understand more about that.
No, I really have no idea whether that would be of interest to the owners or whether they have done that or would consider that. It is something we could recommend to them.
Seems like a pretty significant thing to think about if you're redeveloping, you've got existing tenants.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move on for time, but I feel that feels very open-ended to me. My next question is for staff, and that's really, I wonder if staff can comment in the context, since this is additional height that I understand that's being granted, what approving this building would look like in the context of how the Canby Village is intended to evolve based on the plan relative to any rezonings, requests for additional height outside of this. What is the character and fabric of the Canby Village going to be like with that sort of human scale or street level retail?
Hi, this is Tess Monroe from the Rezoning Center. So the Canby Village area is supposed to develop over time. There are the context of one-story commercial buildings currently up to 3 to 4 stories. However, there is 6 stories approved in the plan. However, they are smaller lots, so they are developing slowly over time. This is only the second in the area, and they are supposed to provide the smaller storefronts to keep the intention of the Canby Village with the as a local shopping area, and the second floor office space is encouraged with residential above. However, this one is providing additional office space for local serving businesses.
Okay.
So that is the intention.
Sorry, finish your thought.
Nope, that's good. Thanks.
Can I ask a couple of quick clarifying questions then? So you said there's 6 stories in the plan. So does that mean anybody, for clarity, can apply within the commercial kind of few blocks there for 6 stories?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but you said that they're intended to be smaller storefronts. Is that a requirement? Because I heard the applicant state that there's the ability to demise or have some smaller CRUs, but not necessarily that they would be. So is this a recommendation, or are they required to have smaller CRUs? I want to be really clear on this point.
Hello there, it's Karen Callwhite, Development Planner. Typically, we look for retail frontages between 15 to 40 feet, and these ones will be in the smaller end, closer to the 15 to 25.
Okay, so is that a requirement then that they remain at 15 to 25? Like, is the applicant, could they theoretically open them up and rent 2 or 3 of larger spaces? Are they required to keep them under the 40 feet?
Confirmed at the DP stage.
So what assurance does council have at this point that you wouldn't necessarily just want one large store in there and potentially you'd end up with larger CRUs by approving this if we have a flurry of 6 stories that go in there in terms of trying to maintain that small scale retail? Do we have any or no? None?
So this is Tess Monroe. The built form guidelines have a range to allow for some flexibility depending on the type of tenant. However, we have asked for the spaces to be allowing the smaller size, but that will be determined through the DP process once tenants have been identified by the applicant.
Okay, I think I'm out of time.
Yep, that's it for time. Thanks, but there is another whole round of questions, Councillor Kirby-Young, after we hear from the public. So
awesome, thank you.
Yep. Okay, thanks. That's it for questions from council. Let's see. So we don't have any public speakers signed up. So I'm going to call for the first time. If anybody wants to speak to this item, 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. That's on Twitter. That's on live stream. Clerks, do we have anybody for this item?
No.
Okay, thanks. I'm calling a second time, same information. Anybody there?
No.
Okay, third time. 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. We're going to take a 5-minute recess just to give people time to call in if they want to speak to this item. 6:47, we'll come back at 6:52. See you in 5.
The council is currently on a short recess. If anyone would like to speak on this item, you may press star 1 on your keypad to queue up, and to remove yourself from the queue, it's star 2. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello? Hi, I was calling about the Kingsway rezoning.
Well, that's the next item.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerks, anybody else on the line?
I'm just checking,
Okay, thanks.
and the answer is no.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're going to close the speakers list now, and we're going to close the correspondence list. And forget anything. Right, and I'm going to ask the applicant, does the applicant have any closing comments?
No.
Thank you. Staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, I see you on the queue for questions. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up on that line of questioning to staff, just to sort of have an opportunity to finish with respect to sort of this request or the recommendation around smaller units, but what happens at the DP stage. And I'm just trying to get a sense of how the street could develop and if we could theoretically end up with much larger CRUs and bigger brand or box stores like we see on South Granville, and then some of the challenges that they've seen with respect to that tenant mix and sort of the market there. So can you comment? I would just want to be really clear around the policy here that these appear to be recommendations but not requirements for smaller storefronts. Is that a fair reflection back? I want to give you a chance to finish that off.
Hi, this is Tess Monroe. So the requirement is for the design of the building to have smaller storefronts so that it fits in with the general fabric of the Cambie Village. So the type of tenant can use those extra storefronts or the door entries, but the look of the building will be the smaller units to mirror that look along Cambie Street.
So they look like that on the outside, but they could be bigger on the inside, like they could be demised on the inside and put together, but they still have that street front smaller feeling. I'm
Yes,
not meaning
to a
to belabor
maximum
this,
of
but I'm
40
just trying to
feet.
be really clear about it.
Yes, to a maximum of 40 feet.
To a maximum of 40 feet. And those storefronts that are there currently, that are on this block, do we know what they are in comparison?
Oh, sorry.
They generally range from 25 to 50, although we don't have the specific numbers in front of us for the current ones.
Okay, but as a frame of reference, it's comparable.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do we have, is this sort of one of the first, do we envision mixed uses, including office, coming into some of these areas? Like, would we see this, for example, this is a Cambie specific policy, or would we see allowing offices like that would spread to other areas like Forth or Mount Pleasant or?
This is very specific policy for Cambie, so the required uses and options of uses are specific to this area.
And could staff comment on why they see, with the Broadway corridor and sort of the significant amount of office going there, why the policy suggests a need for office here?
It does allow a choice of use here, and there are policies within the Cambie plan that encourage additional job space throughout the corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Just need someone to move the report, please.
So move. Councillor Carr.
Seconder? Anybody?
Second, Councillor Bly. Sorry,
Thank
just
you
getting
very
off
much.
mute there.
That's okay, thanks. And I'll move us over to the main queue. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, I just saw your name flash up there. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, up to 5 minutes for debate.
Yeah, thanks. I actually thought this would be a fairly straightforward one until I actually heard the presentation and then heard the sort of some of the comments and responses from the applicant. I was actually quite unsatisfied with the answers and a bit disappointed with them. It seems extraordinary to me to be developing a building and not to have had conversations or be cognizant of any conversations with regards to existing tenants in a space. And so not having an answer back on that, I find unsettling personally, because that certainly, we didn't hear anything about, as we have with other applicants, about a vision for the retail or a commitment to locally serving retail, or if, what types of uses that they might be in there. And I think that was consistent from my perspective, similarly with an answer and a lack of information around the childcare space. So this might be compliant with policy, but it is a significant one for me because I think it's a first for the Canby Village, which is undergoing change. There's some residential that's going in across the street on the corner. I think growth and evolution is natural, but I think you want to do it in a way that's thoughtful, that modernizes, but still sort of speaks to the spirit of the neighborhood. I want to retain sort of neighborhood level style, people scale friendly spaces in our commercial streets across the city. And I just didn't get any sense of comfort personally from the responses from the applicant, or while I appreciate certainly, and I think that's a positive from staff in terms of affirming the exterior design and the storefronts, but I just remain really unsatisfied and singularly disappointed with the answers compared to other public hearing experiences. So I'm inclined to vote against it, honestly, for that reason.
Anybody else? Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the fact that the child care looks like there's no possibility for it being nonprofit, and about small businesses being moved, and about how rents will probably go up for the next set of businesses that come into the new buildings. Yeah, so those are my concerns, and the lack of concern about these issues from the proponent is a problem, in my opinion.
I'll just remind council that there are three options. There's accept in principle, there is reject or to refer back to staff. So if for example, it was referred back to staff, there'd have to be some conditions on the referral. So I'll just, I'll leave that there. If anybody else want to debate this. Okay, thanks so much for that. We'll move to the vote then. Councillor Wiebe. Okay, thanks so much. That has passed with Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thanks, Council. We are on to item number 4. There are speakers to this next item, Council. We are at 7:02. So this is a CD1 rezoning on 2725 Kingsway, 2725 to 2751 Kingsway. If you have a conflict of interest, please let us know now. And I'll move to the clerk to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by GBL Architects to rezone 2725 to 2751 Kingsway from C2 Commercial and RS1 Residential to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a mixed-use building with two 10-story towers connected by an L-shaped podium element of 4 to 5 stories, with commercial uses at grade and 219 strata-titled residential units. A height of 34.6 meters or 114 feet, and a floor space ratio of 3.8 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 2 pieces of correspondence in support and 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and that represents all correspondence received up to 3:15 p.m. today.
Thanks, clerks. We have Joseph Tohill from the Rezoning Center with a presentation. So we'll probably go ahead with that presentation since we have a number of speakers.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joseph Tohill, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application at 2725 to 2751 Kingsway, which is being considered under the Norquay Village Neighborhood Center Plan. The site is outlined in red on this map and is comprised of 6 lots zoned C2 and RS1. It is located on the northwest corner of Kingsway and Earl Street in the Norquay neighborhood. Along Kingsway to the east and west are existing C2 zones, which generally contain 1- or 2-story commercial buildings that service the local neighborhood. The site is located in an area that has seen gradual development activity since the adoption of the Norquay Neighborhood Center Plan in 2010. New 4-story apartments and townhouses have been developed in the residential neighborhoods to the north under the RM9A and RM7 zones, which are residential zones approved by council as part of implementation of the Norquay Plan. Rezonings for taller mixed-use developments have occurred, including a 10-story mixed-use building located on the same block as this site to the west. The proposed development is located on an irregular L-shaped site that has a combined frontage of 97 meters along Kingsway and 70 meters along Earl Street. The site is currently developed with an auto repair shop, a 2-story former furniture store, and a surface parking lot. The buildings currently on site were built in the 1970s through to the 1990s and are not deemed to have any heritage value. As there are no residential tenants on this site, the tenant relocation and protection policy does not apply. A number of neighborhood amenities are located within a 15-minute walk to the site. Kingsway is a primary arterial street and part of the Metro Vancouver Frequent Transit Service Network. The site is well served by regular transit with bus service on both Kingsway and Earl Street. Norquay Park is located 100 meters to the southwest, while Earls Park, Slocan Park, and Collingwood Park are all located within 1 kilometer. 4 licensed group childcare facilities are currently located within 1 kilometer of the site for children aged infant to school age. The site is located within the catchment areas for John Norquay Elementary School, located approximately 10-minute walk to the northwest, and Windermere Secondary School, approximately a 20-minute walk to the northeast. According to the Vancouver School Board's 2020 Long-Range Facilities Plan, approved on January 25th of this year, both schools are estimated to be operating under capacity in 2029. This proposal is being considered under the Norquay Village Neighborhood Center Plan, which was adopted in 2010 following an extensive public planning process that involved input from Norquay Village residents and property and business owners. The intent of the plan is to help guide growth and development throughout the neighborhood in the coming years. Objectives of the plan include revitalizing Kingsway as a local high street, the development of new community gathering spaces and public benefits, enabling residential neighborhoods to evolve incrementally and organically over time, increasing affordable entry-level homeownership opportunities for families while retaining options for rental housing, and facilitating safe and enjoyable pedestrian and bicycle connections throughout the neighborhood. The site is located within the Kingsway rezoning area of the Norquay Plan. The Kingsway rezoning area is envisioned to include mixed-use developments with at-grade commercial and residential or office uses located above. A mid-rise form of development is envisioned along Kingsway with a varied height pattern between 4 and 10 stories for larger sites. A density of up to 3.8 FSR is anticipated, which includes a minimum 0.35 FSR for ground floor retail. Building elements above 6 stories shall be stepped back, and new development should be set back to create a 24-foot sidewalk area to enhance the pedestrian experience. This application was received on June 19th of 2019. The time frame from application submission to public hearing was prolonged due to the complexity of the site and the process of negotiating a CAC offer to support delivery of the Norquay Public Benefit Strategy. The proposal responds to direction provided under the plan with a proposal for a rezoning from C2 and RS1 to CD1 to permit a mixed-use development with 2 10-story buildings connected by a podium element of 4 to 5 stories. A density of 3.8 FSR is proposed with a maximum height of 34.6 meters. Commercial space with a density of 0.35 FSR is proposed at grade along Kingsway. All ground floor residential units have a patio with direct access to either Earl Street or Duke Street. Common private outdoor amenity space is located on level 5 of the northeast podium and on level 6 of the southwest podium, connected to an indoor amenity room. 219 strata-titled residential units are proposed, and approximately 46% of units have 2 or more bedrooms and are suitable for families with children, which satisfies the 35% minimum under the city's family unit mix policy. As part of Restart Smart Vancouver, initiated in response to COVID-19, this project would contribute approximately 765 new on-site and off-site construction jobs during the initiative's recovery phase. A pre-application open house was held for this application in June of 2017 and had 4 attendees. Following application submission, a city-led open house was held on September 24th of 2019 and was attended by approximately 24 people. The application drawings and details were made available online following application submission, along with the contact information for the applicant team and staff. A comment form was provided to enable easy submission of comments on the proposal. In total, we received approximately 13 pieces of feedback that provided comments both in support and comments with some concerns about aspects of the proposal. Key themes of support include support with the proposed building height and design, that the proposal aligns with the community plan, how the design relates well to the future plaza on the Purdy site across the street, and the increased foot traffic this development would generate for local businesses. Comments of concern include concern with traffic and parking impacts on local streets, that the number of parking spaces proposed is too high, general concerns about landscape maintenance and ensuring healthy trees, and some concern that the building would shadow nearby properties. In response to these public comments received, staff reviewed the proposal against the built form guidelines under the Norquay plan. Staff note that the proposal is consistent with direction under the plan in terms of height, density, and massing. Setbacks above the 3rd story in the rear and the distribution of massing between 2 towers with a 4 to 5 story podium allows sunlight access through the 100-foot tower separation. The project will be subject to all city requirements with regards to standard of maintenance, which will be overseen by a large strata corporation. Finally, the parking that has been proposed is in compliance with the parking bylaw. To address traffic concerns, as part of the rezoning conditions, the applicant will be required to fund street improvements along Kingsway and Earl Street to address neighborhood traffic impacts as a result of this development. This application has offered a cash CAC of $2.6 million to go towards the delivery of community amenities under the Norquay Public Benefit Strategy. Development cost levies of approximately $5.2 million are anticipated for this site. As the total floor space proposed exceeds 100,000 square feet, a public art contribution will be required. The applicant has indicated it will provide this contribution in cash, and so approximately $375,000 will be directed towards public art as a result of this rezoning. In summary, this proposal meets the intent of the Norquay Village Neighborhood Center Plan. Staff recommend this application be approved subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just 1 second, Council. So I'm just going to ask if the applicant team is here.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Mark Capina from Coromandel Properties. We have nothing further to present, but we're here to answer any questions as long as members of our consultant team.
Thank you so much. Okay, Council, if you'd like to ask a question on this issue, this item, please put yourself on the list. And this is the only chance you have to ask the applicant questions. So just remind you of that, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Question for the applicant first, and I noticed that the report noted that you've chosen to make the public art contribution in cash versus executing a public art on site, and we don't often see that. I wonder if you can speak to a bit more about why you've chosen to go that route.
To be totally honest, that's one direction we're considering. We haven't advanced the full proposal. We may consider as we work through our DP to incorporate into the building, but that is a possibility to do it in cash at this point.
Okay, but did you want to provide any further comments as to sort of what the trade-off is for you, as to why you didn't want to do something that sort of provided that artistic expression on site with a large mass building of this nature?
I can't speak to the specifics around that. That was just a decision made at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions at this phase. Remember, council, you can always ask staff questions after we hear from the public. Right, so we're going to move to hearing from the public. 1-833-353-8610, participant code 45733 pound to get on the list. Staff, I'm going to start making our way through the list. The first speaker I have is Kendall Yu. Speaker number 1, Kendall Yu.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Thanks for calling in this evening. Whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer.
Great. Yeah, my name is Kendall Yu. I'm a resident of Vancouver. First off, I'd like to thank the mayor, everyone in council, and those present for taking time to hear me today. I'm just calling in support of the project. I actually live 2 blocks south of development. I've lived here for about 36 years, so I've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood over this time. I do believe that this development is something that this neighborhood needs. It's something that it needs to revitalize the area. It's that corner's been a bit of an eyesore for some time. Used to be an old Harvey's building. It sat empty for I'm not sure how long, but it's been a number of years. So I do think with this development, it'll be very attractive to young families. It'll help with enrollment of surrounding elementary and high schools. As a parent of 2 kids of school age, this is definitely important to me, that none of the schools I went to or my kids go to are shut down or closed down for lack of enrollment. I do see a lot of pros in this project in terms of new stores that will be, new mercantile stores for the ground level. Again, it'll help bring new families, young families into the neighborhood. There's a public plaza that's planned that should be great for the surrounding business and residents, and there's a fairly substantial amenity contribution, which looks to be of good use in our neighborhood. And yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so much for calling in this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. Again, thanks for participating and calling in tonight. Let's see, next. Oops. Next we have speaker number 2, Katie Richardson.
Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm opposed to this building. I live at 2760 Duke Street, right behind the auto center there.
Can I just say, speaker, you're a little faint. You're a little faint, so if you could speak up a bit, that would be great.
Yep. So is that better?
It is better. Thank you.
Okay. I'm right behind the Wills building. I've been here for 7 years, and I'm pretty upset that there's going to be 12 stories right behind my house, an arm's throw away. I don't understand how you guys are wiping out 8 houses because nobody wants to sell here and keep their single family homes. And basically we're all going to have to move once this goes up. So I'm just curious how you guys can put 12 stories in a residential space.
Thanks. Just to make clear the process here this evening, it's for you to make statements. There is no allowance under the Vancouver Charter for us to answer your questions at this phase. However, councillors can ask your questions to the applicant or to staff, actually the staff at this point. So did you have anything else in terms that you'd like to state on this item?
I just feel like we're being wiped out of our neighborhood, basically.
Okay, thanks so much. And I do see Councillor Carr is on the list to ask you a question. Are you finished making your statement and can we move to questions?
Yep.
Great, thanks. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much for coming. You say that you and others will have to move. Can you just explain to me why? Is it because of shadowing on your properties? Is that the main reason, or are there other reasons?
Yeah, the main reason is probably the shadowing. Like my whole garden will be gone by then, basically. And I also have no quiet enjoyment left anymore. And I'll be staring into a bunch of people's houses as they stare down at me.
Okay. Okay, I'll certainly ask staff about the shadowing impacts. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's it for question, Speaker. Again, appreciate you calling in this evening, and we're going to move to the next speaker. The next speaker is, sorry, Council. Let's see, it's Anique Ross, speaker number 4, Anique Ross.
Hello?
Hi there, you have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Yeah, so I'm a mother of 2-year-old twins. I live in East Van. I'm an entrepreneur. My business is located in the area. And we're currently renting a garden suite, and we love the neighborhood. We love East Van. We want to be able to stay here and raise our kids here. It's been pretty tough. We've had to move several times. And I had to search for housing when I was pregnant, and it's certainly not easy to find something to rent or even something to buy for that matter as well. So I think a development like this is important, as it can really kind of add to the stock of family-friendly housing available. And in East Van, for those of us who maybe can't purchase a house and are looking to rent or maybe eventually buy a condo, I think something like this could be a really positive thing, and just provide some more kind of modern housing options for families who are, that's across the city, I'd say, are looking for more family-friendly housing, and I think it could be a good thing for this part of East Van. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your calling in this evening. There are no questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again for calling in. Council, the next speaker is speaker number 5, Jeanette Jones.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
My name is Jeanette Jones, and I live in the Norquay Village Neighborhood Centre in East Vancouver. In general, the proposal for this project meets the specifications of the Norquay Plan. The one exception is that the height of the lower podium along Kingsway has been increased from 4 to 5 stories. I'd prefer the 4-story podium along Kingsway specified in the Norquay Plan, but I believe that this trade-off is acceptable. A higher podium in exchange for less massive and bulky towers. I appreciate the extra wide 30 to 35-foot sidewalk along Kingsway and the open space at the corner of this new development. Most inner row street trees of earlier Kingsway developments have not survived, but staff has assured me that with the increased soil and water that will be available here, the inner row of the double row of street trees along Kingsway in front of this project should thrive. I would like to focus most of my comment on the proposed CACs. This development is to produce a cash CAC of $2.6 million, directed to support delivery of the Norquay Village Public Benefits Strategy. Appendix F of the referral report gives metrics for the delivery of those benefits so far. The 2010 Norquay Plan is approximately 1/3 of the way through its anticipated life. In that time, the Norquay population has grown by more than 1/3. Yet the city's own metrics show that very little public benefit has been delivered. The most successful category has been transportation and public realm improvements, at 40% of planned benefits completed or in progress. These are making a real difference. Some work is being done on parks and childcare, but achievement in those categories stands at only 15%. The categories of housing and culture have delivered even less, 8% and 5% respectively. What really leaps off the page are the large empty spaces opposite the categories of civic, community, and social facilities. 0% achieved. This lack of progress does not mean that Norquay already has adequate community and social facilities. We have no library, no community center, no neighborhood house, no swimming pool, nor ice rink. Our only community spaces are 2 elementary schools and 3 neighborhood parks. This is why residents during the Norquay planning process identified new community space as our #1 priority for new amenity. The Norquay Public Benefits Strategy calls for 15,000 square feet of new indoor community space and 20,000 square feet of new outdoor community space as a key priority. This space is to be delivered as part of the development of the largest site in Norquay, the 3.5 acres on Kingsway now occupied by the 2400 Motel. New development at this location is also specified to include 100 units of permanent social housing. Who owns this site? The City of Vancouver. Who should develop this site? The City of Vancouver. Yet this piece of land, identified in the plan as the heart of the Norquay Village Neighborhood Centre, remains unchanged as continuing new development makes the rest of Kingsway unrecognizable. When the large site at 2220 Kingsway was rezoned in 2013 for Kensington Gardens, CACs worth $3 million were allocated for, quote, future development of community facilities and or affordable housing. So far as we know, that money remains sequestered and its value is shrinking over time. Will that happen to the $2.6 million of CACs from this project? Norquay CACs should be helping to deliver the affordable housing that the city wants and the promised community space that our neighborhood desperately needs. But that can only happen when the City of Vancouver respects its planning commitments and steps up to develop the large site it owns at 2400 Kingsway. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again, though, for calling in. Let's see, Council. Next is speaker number 6, Inder Singh Grewal.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi there. I just want to thank you guys all for giving me the opportunity to actually speak on this development. I am for the development. I'm actually a resident in the area, and I don't live too far away. My mom also actually works just down the street from this new development. I support this development because I believe that corner needs to be revitalized. I've seen that corner. I drive by it almost every single day, and it's very run down. The furniture store has been empty, and there's also a parking lot in the back, which is kind of site restorized. My mom actually walks by that every single day, so I think a new development with the new sidewalks and trees would be also nice for her and myself. Also, because I live in the area, I'd also want to hopefully live in Vancouver near my parents, and I think that corner would be perfect. I think 10 stories is a perfect size. I don't think it's too dense for the area. I think Vancouver, along Kingsway, a lot of those buildings are fairly run down, and it's time to revitalize our city. And I think this would be a great project to do that. Other than that, I support it, and that's all I have to say.
Thanks a lot for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate you participating this evening. Thanks again. And Council, we're moving on to the next speaker. Number 7 is Alice Singh. Alice Singh.
Hi there. My name is Alice Singh. Hi there.
Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alice Singh. I live in the area. I've been living here around 11 years. I live very close by and support the project because it could clean up the neighborhood. It's been empty for a long time, so I guess something different would look better.
Okay.
It's
Thanks
better
so much,
than the
Tony.
current guy. Hello?
Hi, anything? I was just wondering if there's anything else.
Yeah, there's new retail stores would liven up the neighborhood too.
Okay.
I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. There's no questions for you, but appreciate you phoning in. Thank you. Let's see, Council, we're on speaker number 8, Raul Wadhera.
Hi there. How are you?
Hi, thanks. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Mayor and Councilman, thank you for giving me the opportunity today to just give my thoughts on this new development. I think it's an extremely great idea. I agree with many of the speakers that, that area is kind of run down. There's a lot of emptiness there. I think that, as Mr. Graywall mentioned earlier, that entire area does need to be revitalized. It needs to be cleaned up. I've been living in this area in East Van for about 13, 14 years. I love that area. I've seen numerous developments go up in that area, and it's really, really good to see that. I'm going to be starting a family of my own soon, going to be having kids in the next year or two. So, the housing market out here is quite expensive. I don't think that, one can really afford even a single family detached home. And I think that putting up a development like you guys are, that's 10 stories, is going to be completely, good for, individuals like me and my wife and, my future kids. It's a good neighborhood. It's cleaning up well. I would like to raise my kids, in this area. I don't really want to move away from Vancouver. I really like it. It's, it's close to everything. And, it's all about affordability. So, one thing I noticed is a lot of these developments that are going up, it's been very affordable for a lot of people considering how hot the market is. And I don't think anybody's going to really be able to afford, single family homes. So I understand there's a lot of single family homes in that area, but, I don't mean any disrespect when I say this, but I mean, if those homes, for whatever reason need to be demolished or wiped out to build a development like you guys are, I completely support that. And that's all I have to say about it.
Okay, thank you so much for your time today. There are no questions for you. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, we have speaker number 9, the last registered speaker, Paneet Adula.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
So my name is Paneet, and thank you for letting me speak here tonight. I'm a resident in the area. I've been living here basically my whole life. And I think this development would clean up the neighborhood. Like right now, that area where the proposal is, the area is very run down and it's an eyesore. So I think this would be an improvement over the auto shop, an abandoned former furniture shop that has been closed for years. And I also think that it's good to have more housing options that are going to be built. It's going to be options for young families to live in the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so just thanks for calling in tonight. Really appreciate you participating. And it looks like I'm sorry, I missed it, Council. We have Craig Jorgensen, who's a registered speaker number 10. Craig Jorgensen.
Thank you, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm speaking to you in favor of this application with a few concerns regarding the public benefits implementation. I'm a resident of Vancouver and have been a resident of the Norway Village neighborhood until last year when my personal circumstances led me to move elsewhere in the city. I have also done substantial citizen research into the implementation of the Norway Plan and have led several community outreach walking tours regarding it. I support this application because the form and shape of the proposal is in alignment with the Norway Plan. My concerns are with the update to the Norway public benefits plan that accompanied this application. When the Norway Plan came into effect over a decade ago, it set off an unprecedented transformation of a traditionally RS1 East Van neighborhood into a complete community with mid-rise Main Street and missing middle side streets. The benefit plan has allowed small victories which have improved the neighborhood quality of life, including my personal favorite, the unexpected new sidewalk on Brock Street, which provided me and my former roommates a key walking connection to the new TNT on Gladstone. But that same walk has also had one of the most hated new public art pieces in East Van, the notorious ladder to nowhere in the middle of Kingsway. This is just a bit of a taste of the context in which this application before you is being judged by the community. I appreciate that this application for its alignment with the Norway plan and providing family-sized units within walking distance of 20th Avenue Station and schools that are desperate for new students. Importantly, it will allow higher density living that is not directly on Kingsway, but on a quieter Earl Street. I also respect that there are concerns from the neighbors on Duke Street who have had to live with what is quite possibly the most actively redeveloped side street in the city, with several four-story and townhouse projects undergoing redevelopment there right now. The public benefits update that accompanies this application is the first update that the community has had in several years. It's unclear how much of the benefits that they have updated on is regarding CSEs versus the density bonus zones that were implemented with this plan. Capital plans have not provided much clarity to residents regarding when they can expect the implementation of benefits. My main ask of council is that they ask staff to clarify how the benefits will be allocated and improve transparency of when they will be delivered. Outside the public hearing, I also urge council to work with other orders of government to fast track the community center slated for the 20-footer motel site faster than CACs and other development funding may otherwise allow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just checking here. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. So clerks, I believe that's the end of the registered speakers list. So I will make my first call for speakers. The number and codes for calling in are on the live stream as well as on Twitter. And I'll ask clerks, anybody on the phone to talk to this item?
No.
Thanks. That'll be a second call now. For anyone interested in speaking this item, 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. Again, this is the rezoning on 2751 Kingsway. Clerks, anyone there?
No.
Okay, thanks. Third time, all the same information. It is 7:36, council. We'll come back at 7:41 to see if there's any more speakers. Thanks, council, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Council is currently taking a short recess. If anyone currently on the line would like to speak to this item, you may queue up by pressing *1 on your phone. And to remove yourself from the queue, it's *2. Thank you.
Yes, I understand that there is an additional speaker.
Great, thanks so much. Speaker, if you could just tell us your name, and if you're a resident of Vancouver, then you have up to 5 minutes to address council. Hello?
Just give us a moment, Mayor Stewart.
No problem.
It looks like the call dropped, but if you could just give us a moment, we'll see if they jump back on.
No problem.
Okay, I'm told there's no one else on the line.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to close the speakers list and close the window for correspondence. And we're going to now move to the applicant and ask if you have any closing comments. The applicant team have any closing comments?
Nothing further added.
Thanks very much. Staff, any closing comments?
No further comments from staff. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr, you've got up to 5 minutes for questions to staff. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is really a follow-up to some of the speakers. My first question is regarding the shadowing impacts of the development on neighboring properties. I noticed on page 11 of the report, it talks about the fact that the setbacks above the podium and the 2 stories, I think the language is minimize the shadowing on neighboring properties, but there was a concern by one of the speakers that the shadowing would wipe out her garden. I'm wondering if you could just comment on that and give me a sense of shadowing, please.
Susan Chang, Development Planner. Thank you for the question. The plan anticipated some shadowing for this Kingsway rezoning area, given that up to 10-story height is anticipated. To minimize the shadowing impacts, there are 2 10-story forms proposed with a significant 105-foot separation between buildings. This allows access for sunlight as well as ventilation and views.
Okay, 105-foot separation. Okay. There weren't any shadowing studies accompanying this that I could see. So how much of the impact will that does exist of shadowing anticipated will land on the adjacent properties? I mean, will all the properties be affected for large parts of the day, or will it be minimized? I don't have a sense of how severe the impact might be.
Thank you. I'm just accessing the shadowing studies. Given that there are 2 buildings, there should be shadowing of a couple of hours throughout the day as the building shadows move. I believe there's, if you could just give me a couple of minutes to.
No problem. Just while you're doing that, I'm just going to alert staff I have a second question as well, and that is around the Norquay public benefit package and the delay in terms of the accumulation of CACs in this area or for this plan in terms of implementing the public benefit strategy. And I'm wondering if there could be also comment around the, I guess, how far along we are in accumulating the funds needed to invest in the public benefit strategies in the plan.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. This is Joseph Tohill from the Rezoning Center. So the community amenities outlined in the Norquay Public Benefit Strategy are funded through CACs that result from rezonings and are provided either as cash or in-kind contributions. So since the plan was adopted in 2010, Norquay has seen only incremental development activity, which has resulted in comparatively lower delivery of CACs than other community plan areas in the city. So for a bit more context, since 2010, there have been 4 rezonings in the Norquay neighborhood, and that has generated about $6 million in CACs, which includes public art contributions. And in addition to that, there have been 6 projects under existing zoning that have delivered a density bonus payment as well. So those are the CAC numbers that have been provided through rezonings, and staff would anticipate over the course of the plan and development in the area through rezonings additional CACs to go towards development of the public benefits outlined in the plan.
What is the total CAC contribution, cash contribution to the total community benefit package? Like, what's the anticipated build out number in terms of CAC contributions to the plan?
So in terms of the plan itself, so there's cash contributions that will be provided to provide some of those public amenities, as well as in-kind amenities, which are to be built out over the plan. So, for example, on the 2400 Kingsway site, which will be delivering some public benefits as well. So there's certainly the cash will be used for that, as well as in-kind amenities over the course of the plan.
Okay, and any answer yet on the adjoining properties in terms of, the more general comment, shadowing for a couple of hours a day? Is that still sort of an accurate read on that?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. It's Susan Chang, Development Planner. There are 2 buildings proposed, and they will be shadowing the rear neighboring properties at different times of the day. The building facing Earl will be shadowing at 10 a.m., but the west building will shadow at 12 a.m. In the meantime, there will be some sunshine between the 2 buildings. It alternates shadowing. It's very difficult to describe, actually, because we have 2 different buildings, but there is in the separation of the 2 buildings solar access, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, that is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Carr broached my question with respect to the community amenities, and so I wonder if I can just do a quick follow-up on that.
Sure.
Because I appreciate that the development funds the amenity pot, and therefore it accrues. I'm just wondering if you can sort of comment on if there's a plan for the sequencing of amenities, or what's sort of first in the lineup in terms of prioritization.
So in terms of the delivery of those public amenities over time, those are undertaken through the capital planning process every 4 years, as well as the annual budget. And in terms of some upcoming ones, the revitalization of Brock Park is currently being scoped out. So that's one of them, as well as the amenities for the 2400 Kingsway site, which was identified in the plan and is subject to future staff work.
And sorry, the last one, you just cut out for me. After Brock Park, you said the second one was?
The 2400 Kingsway site is identified in the plan for amenities as well, and that is for future staff work.
Okay, can you speak to the nature of the amenities for 2400 Kingsway?
So that would be some community amenities, including indoor and outdoor community gathering spaces, and some cultural amenities as well, and as well as some affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, in terms of the public benefits, I wonder if staff could give us any kind of a timeline around what's happening to the 2400 Kingsway site that the city owns, and what's planned there in terms of amenities coming out of the CACs from this and other projects.
So given that is the development of a very large site, and the Vancouver plan process that's also underway is also assessing the infrastructure upgrades required in parts of the city. So that work will be tied to the capacity of the infrastructure, which is currently being studied on the Vancouver plan. So once that work has been completed, there will be further details for the development of the 2400 Kingsway site.
So when you say the capacity of the infrastructure, you mean like the sewer system, stuff like that?
Yeah, that's correct. The capacity of the sewer system and other infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it for questions. Let's see here. Right, so somebody like to move the application?
So moved, Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second. Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, we'll go to debate. If anybody has anything they'd like to say to this, please, Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to have a hard time voting for this for two reasons. One is it's going to have a gentrifying effect on the nice little businesses across the street from it. And two, there's basically not a shred of affordability unless you make about 200 grand a year. It would be nice if we could have at least an iota of affordability in all of our projects, and I just kind of feel like I have to be a voice in that direction.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't see any other councillors on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote on this item. Okay, Council, that vote is in, and this has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, thank you, Council. We're on to our fifth and final item. We are at 7:53, so as promised, let's have our 15-minute break now and come back at 10 after 8 to work through the next item. So we'll come back at 8:10 to work on the next item. Thanks, Council, and we'll see you then.
The council is currently on a short recess and will reconvene at 8:10. Thank you for your patience.
back to their stations. See 4 of us. 5, there we go. Okay, we have enough for quorum. Okay, speakers, sorry, okay, council, we're looking now at the 5th item of the evening, final item, CD1 rezoning of 3609 to 3687 Arbutus Street. If anyone would like to declare a conflict of interest, please do so now. The clerk will read the application and summary of correspondence received. Council, just so you know, there are a large number of speakers signed up for this item. So we'll try to do our best this evening, but we may have to come back at another night for debate and decision. So clerks, if you just want to read the application now.
This is an application by PCI Developments to rezone 3609 to 3687 Arbutus Street from RS1 Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story building under the Affordable Housing Choices interim rezoning policy, containing a total of 116 secured market rental housing units, of which 20% of the residential floor area is to be assigned to below market housing units, a height of 24.7 meters or 80.8 feet, and a floor space ratio of 2.53 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 83 pieces of correspondence in support, 64 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 7:41 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerks. Okay, council, we have James Bolt here from the Rezoning Center, who will go ahead with the presentation of 16 slides.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Great. Okay. Thank you. My name is James Bolt. I am the rezoning planner assigned to the rezoning application at 3609 to 3687 Arbutus Street to rezone the site from RS1 to CD1 for a new 6-story secured rental building which contains 116 rental housing units, 24 of which are to be assigned for below market rental rates under the Affordable Housing Choices interim rezoning policy, also referred to as the AHC policy.
I'm just going to stop you there for a second. There is quite a lot of background noise, so I'm not sure if it's from your team or someone else, but if I could just ask folks to just check to make sure they're muted, that would be great. Please continue.
Also, point of privilege, Mayor.
Second, please, Mr. Kirby.
Yeah, I don't see the slides advancing. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be yet, but we're getting into content and I'm just still seeing the first slide on both screens.
Yes. Sorry, Mayor. We are on the first slide still.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And we've solved the noise problem here.
Great. Thanks very much.
Great. The report recommends approval subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of this report. The site is located in the Arbutus Ridge area of the Arbutus Ridge Kerrisdale Shaughnessy or ARCS neighborhood on Arbutus Street between West 20th and 21st Avenues. West of Arbutus, the land is zoned RS1. East of Arbutus Street is the First Shaughnessy Historic Conservation Area. And south of 23rd Avenue exists a number of large sites containing mixed use and residential developments under separate CD1 bylaws, as we see here, commonly referred to as Arbutus Village. The site is in walking proximity of several parks and other amenities. The Arbutus Greenway runs north-south between East Boulevard and Arbutus Street. Arbutus Street has bus service and is one of TransLink's frequent bus service routes. Trafalgar is the catchment elementary school and is expected to be operating under capacity in the near future, as outlined in the report. The site is located in the RS1 zoned area, for which the predominant housing forms are houses, some with suites and laneway housing. The application involves consolidation of 5 RS1 lots, as shown here, some which contain secondary rental units. As such, the updated tenant relocation plan policy, or TRP, applies. 3 houses containing a total of 3 rental units are currently occupied with tenants who are aware of the rezoning application. Out of the 3 tenancies, there is 1 eligible for the provisions under the TRP policy, including relocation assistance, assistance with moving costs, monetary compensation calculated based on length of the tenancy, and the right of first refusal return to a rental unit in the new building. On October 3rd, 2012, Council approved the AHC policy, which aims to encourage housing delivery, innovation, and to enable a variety of housing opportunities throughout the city. Council originally established a limit of 20 rezoning applications to be considered under policy. On June 20th, 2018, Council removed the 20 project limit and at the same time introduced a deadline of June 30th, 2019 for new rezoning applications to be accepted under the AHC policy. This application submitted an inquiry application on June 24, 2019 and received a favorable letter of response and thus meets the deadline requirements and may therefore be considered. Rezoning application considered under the AHC policy must meet a number of criteria, such as providing 100% of the residential floor area as secured rental housing, contextual fit with neighboring development, and locational requirements. Buildings up to 6 stories may be considered for sites along an arterial and within 500 meters of a local shopping area, subject to design performance. The AHC policy allows for a maximum of 2 projects to be considered within 10 blocks along an arterial.
We sorry, Swanson here.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if the slides are being shown to the public.
Just checking. They were earlier.
I'm not seeing it on my screen.
Just checking here. Just 1 second. Yes, it is. I can see them on both screens. It's your orange cone. You might have to refresh it. Please carry on, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The rezoning proposal meets the location requirements for 6-story buildings, and no other AHC policy projects were submitted within this 10-block limit along Arbutus Street. The project zoning numbers are summarized here. Although 6 stories is permissible under the AHC, the developer offered to voluntarily provide 20% of the floor area as being reserved for below market rental units, although the policy does not require this. Staff indicated that a 6-story form would be considered with the additional public benefits of the offered below market units subject to design performance. The building faces Arbutus Street as shown here and is designed to in 2 blocks. Joined in the, I think I may have, sorry, my apologies, I think I advanced a slide there. The building faces Arbutus Street as shown here and is designed in 2 blocks, joined at the middle with a central aperture to break up the massing and allow light through the site. The top 2 floors are set in from the street and sides and differentiated with materials and different colors. A total of 46 2- and 3-bedroom units are provided, which is 39% of the units. This exceeds the city's requirement of 35% for these types of family-oriented units. And they are spread equally between the below market units and the market units, as further outlined in the report. The site has a moderate slope along its length and across its width. To mitigate height, the building steps in several places. The floor-to-floor heights and massing in general are typical for a mid-rise apartment form. To mitigate shadowing and overlook impacts, the building steps up towards or view the street away from the houses to the west. Balconies are inset and screening is proposed. Ample landscaping at the lane is provided as well as on the roof and on roof decks to mitigate impact and transition to the residential properties to the west across the lane. A 17-foot building line exists across the front of the site. This area is to be dedicated to the city to allow for an enhanced public realm, which will be designed at the DP stage or development permit stage. No part of the building projects into this area. The tree retention and replacement strategy is described fully in the report and is supportable. Staff conclude that the building has been well designed and addresses the context and mitigates impacts on surrounding properties, and that the 6-story proposal is supportable subject to further design development as noted in Appendix B of this report. The below market rents for the 24 of 116 units reserved for below market rental units are to comply with the DCL bylaw and associated rent caps as shown here. The market unit rents are not prescribed for the remaining 92 units. All units will be secured as rental by a housing agreement and will be subject to the Rental Tenancy Act after occupancy. The public engagement numbers are shown here and in the report. The open house was virtual and hosted on the Shape Your City platform. The developer also conducted additional engagement as summarized in the report. The main issues raised are noted here. Support was indicated for providing rental housing as well for design and appropriateness of the form on Arbutus Street. Concerns revolved mainly around the inappropriateness of 6-story forms in this location, overlook, shadowing, and traffic. Regarding the concerns, the policy allows for 6-story mid-rise forms in this location. As noted earlier, staff concluded that the design meets the performance test of the policy and therefore is supportable regarding height, massing, and design, subject to additional refinement as described in conditions in Appendix B. For shadowing and overlook, to return to this image, the building steps up towards Arbutus Street away from the houses to the west. Inset balconies, screening, and landscaping will provide additional mitigation of overlook. There is no shadowing on the properties across the lane and to the north after midday in any event. And the properties on the other side of Arbutus Street and East Boulevard are at least 50 meters away and were considered to be only nominally affected. A traffic analysis was submitted by the applicant, prepared by a traffic consultant, which shows that a nominal increase in traffic in the lane and traffic along Arbutus Street at peak traffic times would be expected. Staff consider this reasonable and commensurate with development occurring from time to time throughout the city for similar developments. In summary, this proposal complies with the Affordable Housing Choices interim rezoning policy and supports the Vancouver housing strategy. It provides 116 secured rental housing units, much needed in the city. It voluntarily provides 20% of the floor area or 24 units at below market rents, which will assist households making moderate incomes, and has been well designed to mitigate impacts including shadowing and overlook. Therefore, staff recommend approval of the recommendations of the report. Thank you. Staff are available to answer questions as necessary. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Let's see, Council, we're just going to ask if the applicant is here now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Tim Grant with PCI Developments, the applicant.
Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything to the application or just answer questions?
Nothing further to add to staff's report other than just thanking James and staff for a very thorough review process and the community for engaging with us over the past year and a half. We really appreciate that. And just on a personal level, I'm an apartment resident in the neighborhood. I think long-time apartment resident. I think it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Thanks very much. Now we can move to questions from council to staff or the applicant. Remember, this is the only time chance you have to ask questions to the applicant through our process. Hey, Council, I don't see anybody on the queue for questions, so we're going to move to hear from the public. 1-833-353-8610 is the number. 45733 pound to get onto the list. Let's see here. We're going to move to the list. Go to the first speaker, who is Corey Colville. Corey Colville, first speaker.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Mayor, Council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you granting me the opportunity to speak in support of this wonderful project this evening. I am elated to see such a terrific design come from PCI to Arbutus Street. This project is exactly what Arbutus Street needs, and it needs a lot more of it. I fully support this being approved immediately, expedited. We need more people with more shelter and more vibrancy in this neighborhood specifically. And I got criticized one time, I think, because I didn't disclose that I work in the real estate industry and I volunteer as a not-for-profit society president. So I should disclose that now, but I had to call in because I was so passionate about this project and making sure that my voice is heard in support of this wonderful project, bringing 116 secured rental homes to Arbutus Street. I think this should just be the start for Arbutus Street, and there should be many more of these all the way up and down. We got a bike highway running up and down Arbutus Street. We've got a new grocery store down the road, and up the block, we have all the amenities possible that one could ever desire living on Arbutus Street. We're probably, 6-8 blocks away from the big new SkyTrain station coming in hot. I'm super excited for vibrancy to finally come back to Arbutus Street. And I have a bit of a personal connection to the block one adjacent. Up until late last year, we owned a property on that block. And it was a pretty sad house. And we ultimately did sell it to a developer that I'm so excited will also be proposing a really great new project for this neighborhood that needs some new life and vibrancy to it. And you know what? I felt a little bit of dismay when I noticed there were 64 people opposing this thing, talking about how it's going to ruin the neighborhood. On the block next door, the only time the neighbors spoke to each other in a 10-year period was when they banded together to sell to a developer. I don't know if that's much of a neighborhood. And every time I would have to go and visit the home, the leaking house, just like these houses that are going to get knocked down to be replaced with 116 new ones, there wasn't a lot going on there in terms of neighborhood feel and vibe. So I'm not sure there's too much to protect here in terms of replacing a handful of leaky houses with 116 new homes that we desperately need in a city. I often spend time downtown and I see that we're growing our office supply by over 5 million square feet. And I'm wondering, this is going to be filled with a lot of people. I'm wondering where they're going to live because we're already jam-packed in the city with basically no vacancy, and international students are going to be coming back fast and furious once the borders reopen and we forget COVID ever happened. So we need more housing. This is a perfect place for it to go. We couldn't have a more, transit-friendly, more community-oriented location. This is the perfect place. There's a policy supporting it. So y'all got to approve this thing. This is wonderful. And the best community benefit you could possibly provide is more shelter and more housing. And this one, I looked at the proposal, and there's a lot of suites in here that are going to be for moderate incomes, 20% of them. For people making 30 to 80 grand a year, those guys can't find housing in our city, especially this neighborhood. This is one of the most inclusionary proposals that I've seen in many years in Arbutus, Kerrisdale, Shaughnessy, probably one of the very few in a handful. And on top of that, I look at the suite mix, and almost, I think it's just over a third of the suites are meant for families. Perfect. I think the schools in this area are having issues with the rate of children entering. So perfect. Let's fill them up with families and let's make Arbutus Street as vibrant as it once was when we had a train running down it. This is no longer a creme de la creme street, and it's time to bring it back. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Edward Benton Evans. Edward Benton Evans, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5, please.
Great. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Edward Benton Evans, and I live in Vancouver. I'm here to voice my support for the project at 3609-3687 Arbutus Street. I'm a graduate from UBC about 5 years ago, and I'm a renter, familiar story, just like many young professionals in Vancouver. I moved rentals recently and noticed that a lot of the availability was in East Van. So it's a great area, but I know a lot of people would rather be in the West, a little bit closer to where they grew up. So I think that this site is perfectly located for what it's proposed. It's located on the arterial street close to transit, well situated with grocery options and shops nearby, and then 160 new homes will be available for people like me who in an area that's historically underserved by rentals. So really appreciate your time. I want to encourage you to vote in favor of this project. I think it's a great thing for the city. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for calling in this evening, and I am going to move to the next speaker. Council, we have Davis Osterberry on the up next, speaker number 3.
Hello, Council.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for letting me speak tonight. My name is Davis Osterberry, and I'm a business owner at 2520 West Broadway and Arbutus Street. I'd like to share my support for the rezoning application at 3609-3689 Arbutus Street. I live in the neighborhood as well, and I think with the coming SkyTrain or subway, there needs to be an opportunity for more housing and more young people to move in and support the small businesses and community and continue evolving. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of bringing new rental housing to the community, and in particular on the west side. I think that it's important for all neighborhoods across Vancouver to find the right balance of providing diverse housing options. On the west side, we're seeing increased investment in transit through the Broadway subway and increased bus service, so it makes sense to add new housing in these locations too. This project will provide 100% rental housing and 24 homes rented at affordable rates for moderate income earners. These will be much appreciated by those who live there. It will also increase the number of people living in the area close to local shopping centers like the City Market on Arbutus and 16th Avenue. Businesses on the west side have been struggling with a diminishing customer base from low-density areas and a lessening population. As we continue recovery from COVID-19, adding new housing and new customers will help local businesses to recover economically and grow into the future. I appreciate your time and the chance to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so just want to thank you for calling in, and we're going to move to the next speaker, number 4, Michael Buchan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm calling in this evening to express my support for this project in Arbutus Ridge. As someone who knows the area very well, growing up in the area and going to UBC myself, I recognize the value of this site as a perfect location to deliver much needed moderate income and secured rental housing to the area as it changes and grows with the Broadway subway line coming in and reactivating the Arbutus Greenway and the area surrounding it. In Arbutus Ridge, I believe there's a lack of high quality, moderate income options for people right now, knowing this as my mother lives in the area as well too. And I know this neighborhood well, and I'm aware that the bulk of rental stock primarily is secured options like unsecured options like basement suites. And I think we can do better for a lot of people in providing moderate income earners and essential workers for the area by providing them new high quality homes for them as a central point in the city. This part of Arbutus Ridge would also benefit substantially on the public realm improvements this project is offering. They're substantial, upgraded sidewalks and renewed landscaping while retaining a lot of the trees on the site when I looked at the plans. With some great retail in the area, including the Loblaws down the street, this is a prime location for rental housing, and it'll provide a lot of forward-thinking, sustainable approach to this neighborhood, allow residents housed on an efficient transit and cycling routes. Many of my family still live in the area, and I would echo the first speaker's comments where, they were talking about the area changing and the lack of community. I think that needs to come back, and I think it needs to come back for the availability of renters to come back into the area. It's a beautiful neighborhood and one of the best locations in the entire city. I can imagine a lot of young professionals, families, and downsizing seniors making themselves available to live in lovely homes like these. I sincerely hope that council approves and votes in favor of this housing from the neighborhood where there are few options that are available and so little on the secured rental side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see questions for you, so we're going to move to the next speaker, who is number 5, Colette Anderson.
Oh, hey, so this is Colette Anderson. I have been.
Sorry, you're fading in it. You're fading in and out. You're fading in and out a little bit.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yes, this is Colette Anderson, and I've been a resident of Vancouver for 35 years in the Kitsilano, Arbutus area. I was truly overjoyed to hear about this program for moderate income renters, because I am one of those people. I'm an in-between person. I don't qualify for a market rental. Apparently, you need to earn over $62,000 a year for a $1,500 apartment. So I don't earn that, but I could afford a $1,500 apartment, but I couldn't get one because I don't qualify. I don't qualify for BC housing because they require a homeless component of some kind. So I am an in-between person, just like everybody else in the service industry, or people that look after the elderly, all those kind of people. We don't really fit in anywhere. So when I learned about this program, I was so happy. I applaud the council for promoting it, and for PCI for becoming part of it. My hopes were a little dashed when I realized that the completion of the nearest one that I could apply for is 2 years away. But this is a progress. It's a good sign, and the more developers participate in this program, the better for all of us. I'm a person that likes to bike in the evenings. I'm a bit of a wobbly granny, so I stay away from the roads. But the pathway, the greenway, the Arbutus ride along the railway tracks is something I do a lot, and I love going across the Baran Street Bridge and around Stanley Park on my bike. So being an active senior it's important to be able to stay in my own area, to have access to parks and bikeways, and a building like this would make it possible for someone like me to live there. And basically, that's all I have to say. I promote this. I applaud the council for this program, and for PCI for being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, but really appreciate you calling in this evening. And next, we're going to move to speaker number 6, who is Tyler Norman. Speaker number 6, Tyler Norman.
Hi, thanks so much, Mayor Stewart and councillors. Like you said, my name is Tyler, and I'm really pleased to speak in support of this project. I've spoken on a number of projects in the past, but I have to say this one is the one that I'm the most excited about. As a cyclist and a young professional and a renter, this is exactly what we need to see moving forward in Vancouver. This is a perfect image of the future of where our city needs to go in terms of housing. Just a little bit of background on myself. I mean, I live in the community nearby. I'm a renter, and I represent a demographic that one of the previous speakers was representing as well. Young professionals that need a place to live in the city that we work and contribute to. My partner and I, we both make above average income, and the fact that we, with a roommate can barely get by in a rental apartment in Vancouver is not what we want to be seeing for our city. most of the people in Vancouver are renters, over 50%. And in my demographic, it's much, much higher than that. And the lack of affordable, accessible rental housing for our demographic it's only getting worse. And we need to take a step in the other direction. And this is a great example of how we can do that, especially in neighborhoods that a lot of us grew up in. Arbutus Ridge, Kitts, Kerrisdale, progress needs to be made. And I think this project is a great step in that right direction. Looking at the numbers here, like we've got 116 rental homes. Like this is great. This is 116 individuals or up to 116 families. Like this is incredible access in a really great neighborhood, right near amenities, right near a cycling lane, right near the future Broadway SkyTrain station. This is perfect, and it provides a security and peace of mind that I think a lot of the folks that are against projects like this have maybe come to take for granted. It's an unfortunate issue that many community members are sort of turning blind eyes to the really serious challenges that the younger generations of Vancouver are facing. And I really implore the city to vote in favor of this project because, we need to make these decisions to benefit the city as a whole, not just those that were fortunate enough to buy a house in this area 30 years ago when it was a fraction of the price of what housing is now. So, I really see no downside to this project. It's great. It's 6 stories. We're not talking about a high rise here. This is a reasonable increase in density in a really great area. And I hope that the mayor and council can see the benefits here as well and vote in favor of this project. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I will go to the next speaker, who is speaker number 7, Max Leeper.
Hello, councillors and Mayor Stewart. My name is Maximum Leeper, and I'm here to speak to you about this rezoning proposal. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak before you today. I appreciate this public hearing process that fosters civic engagement and allows citizens like me to voice my concern and provide our city officials with feedback. As you are aware, Vancouver is one of the most expensive cities in the world. Working-class citizens, students, and young professionals are unable to secure affordable housing. Hence, many of these marginalized groups experience economic precariousness and housing instability. This project can change that. As noted in the reports, this project will ameliorate the housing crisis that plagues our city by providing 116 new secured rental homes. As many of the rentals in this neighborhood are basement suites, this project is welcomed for offering a diverse range of housing options for us renters. Even more, 20% of the residential floor area is available for moderate income rates for people earning between $30,000 to $80,000. Many of the individuals with these income rates work in our city's essential service fields and are frontline workers. These people need housing. Even more, this project will foster a livable and green city by promoting non-private transit methods. This project is along the Arbutus Greenway, a major cycling and walking route. Likewise, this project is located near transit, such as the number 16 Arbutus bus, which provides key connections to transit hubs. These transit methods are vital for many moderate and low-income individuals who cannot afford automobiles. Not to mention students. I'm a student myself, and many UBC students live in this neighborhood. As a UBC student, finding secure, affordable housing near a UBC transit route is extremely difficult. This project will change that. I encourage you to approve this project. Voting against projects like these can have deleterious effects in terms of our city's youth outlook and connection to City Hall. We will be watching how you guys vote. I encourage you to support projects that can ameliorate the economic precariousness endured by our city's marginalized groups. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you so much for phoning in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate your participation. We're going to move to the next speaker on the list, who is Julie Fortin, speaker number 8.
Hi, it's Julie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Awesome, thanks. So as I said, my name is Julie, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling to share my support for the proposal at 3609 Arbutus. I grew up in Montreal, and I moved to Vancouver 4 years ago, and I currently work at UBC in a research lab that studies the environmental impacts of land use. And I remember when I first moved to Vancouver, everyone was warning me about how crazy the rental market was. And I was like, yeah. And then sure enough, it took me several months of searching to find an affordable rental unit. And the rent was twice what I paid in Montreal. But I considered myself lucky because A, I get to live in Vancouver, beautiful city. I hope we all agree on that. And B, I am on moderate income, and the place that I live in is still affordable to me. It's safe, and it's in a great location. I just wish that I wasn't like lucky. I wish that being able to find affordable, safe, and nice housing in Vancouver was the norm. And I know people of my age and income bracket like truly do fear being squeezed out of the city. I personally know several people who've left Vancouver because they couldn't afford to live here. So I just feel like there are things that can be done to help solve this problem, and I think that this proposal helps put forward a solution. The most obvious thing to me is increasing rental supply and also increasing rental density. So yeah, the proposal for 3609 really seems like a no-brainer to me in that respect, because it's taking 5 single-family homes and it's bringing 160 new homes to the community. Another thing that I think is important is making sure that housing density is higher in prime locations. I believe that people should be able to live close to where they work and go to school. They should be able to live close to bike routes and bus routes and within walking distance of grocery stores. And as an environmental scientist, I am a big proponent of cities becoming less car-centric and more people-centric. And I think Vancouver is making really great progress in that respect. And this proposal really helps by providing higher density in a location that is already really amenable to active transport and also public transport. From a land use perspective, I also just think that it makes sense to be rezoning from low density to allow moderate density, because it helps prevent urban sprawl and land conversion as we spread out into the suburbs, and also helps reduce car reliance, as I've mentioned. So yeah, to me, this is a win-win-win, each for the environment, for the people who will end up living in this building, and of course for Vancouver's overall housing supply. And yeah, I appreciate your listening to my thoughts, and I hope to hear a positive outcome for the project.
Thanks so much for your time today. I don't see any questions from council for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, number 9, Angel Chen.
Hi, this is Angel Chen. Can everyone hear me?
We sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I oppose this project for various reasons. This rezoning application is adding 116 units, and that means at least 300 more people will be living in just that one block. The next block is already sold. Agents are soliciting other blocks using the sixth story as the rationale for their offers. Easily 1,000 people will be added in just a few blocks, and they will affect the livability and overburdens local amenities and services. And there are 116 rental units proposed with only 65 vehicle parking stalls. It doesn't mean that the renters are going to drive less. The rents will likely not include parking spots, and the parking stalls will be extra. To save money, tenants will use street parking, which is free. Tenants will be circling the neighborhood to find free parking on both sides of Arbutus, East Boulevard, West 20th, and 21st Avenue. And this project does not really meet the affordability housing. 20% of the floor space is below market rent. However, the remaining 80% may end up paying higher rent if 20% does not generate enough profit. So one group of moderate income earners sacrifice some of their affordability to make another group of moderate income earners rent affordable. I'm not against higher densities, but we would like families to stay in Arbutus and help this neighborhood grow. That's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. And we don't have any. Oh, Councillor Weep, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. As the question speaker, go ahead, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, thanks for coming today. Do you know what the value or what the asking price is of those single family hots, just recognizing on what this project does to the land values and properties in the vicinity?
The value of the properties?
Yeah, like the single family homes that you said that are starting to be brought together and are being marketed as a ability to go to 6 stories. Do you know what the price is that they're asking for? Or do you know what it's doing to land values in the area?
No,
No.
I don't.
Okay. I was just wondering because one of the things is we want to make sure we're capturing the value and make sure that the amenities are being delivered
Land
to the
value.
neighborhood.
How the 6-story will affect the land value in this neighborhood? Is that what you're asking me?
Oh, I was asking you because you were talking about single family homes being sold up and being sold that it could go to 6 stories. And I was just wondering if you knew what the prices were of those single family homes. But you don't. So thank you so much for coming to speak today.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. We don't have any other questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Jenny Chen, speaker number 10. Jenny Chen.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. I have been listening to today's public hearing, and I would like to point out that agenda number 1 to 4 have relatively little controversy because there are community plans in place for those sites. Arbutus has no comprehensive community plan in place, and this is why there's such strong opposition, as this is a spot rezoning. I will also let you know that I'm a moderate income earner myself, so I'm keenly aware of the importance of every dollar being spent wisely. I've lived in Vancouver for over 35 years and have seen huge tracts of lands being zoned for multifamily in Vancouver. In fact, a year ago, the City Council asked for the data, and to my knowledge, no full zoned capacity data is available. So, the city is about to make a decision that affects the entire Arbutus neighborhood based on incomplete data. Without this crucial information, it is easy to fall for faulty argument that sounds pretty, resulting in an unneighborly building or buildings in the near future, resulting in a neighborhood that distrusts the city even more than many people already feel. As previous speaker said, the developer have already bought 19th and 20th block, and they have approached the other block, citing this story building as a pricing point. In fact, I have a letter to show that. They have already said the city has basically pretty much approved this, so I'll give you the same price. I did not know that you were interested in finding out the price, otherwise I would have found out the price for you. So therefore, it would be a tragedy for this area to be developed to such high density as the ones on Canby Corridor and create a deep trust amongst the neighbors when a development such as a townhouse would fulfill the needs of ground level housing that is much needed and have the support of the neighbors. I'm not opposed to higher density, but it has to be the one that makes sense. Speaker numbers before me mentioned that Arbutus has no similar rental buildings for tenants, but I would like to point out that Arbutus Shopping Center site alone, just one site alone, has over 500 apartments. And this will translate to over 1,000 people and more in this immediate neighborhood. This project is adding another 116 units. That means another few hundred people. Other projects going up, and this is all on top of the Broadway development close to the nearby SkyTrain. This translates to thousands of apartments in a very small area. There are problems with this site, with this general picture. The first one is, once again, the lack of zoned capacity data. Does the city truly know exactly what a zone capacity is? The second problem is this area has only apartments and single homes for people to choose from, and as many people pointed out before, the single homes are very expensive. In fact, I cannot afford one. Not many people can afford one. Yet people need ground level housing, and there are people who can afford who cannot afford single houses, but they can afford apartments, townhouses. So what we need is townhouses for families to stay and grow in this area. Another reason for opposition is that I find it incredible, to the point of insulting my intelligence, that the city thinks this building is a good value for the city. The city is not writing a check per se to the developer, but there's a huge loss in revenue in DCL and AEC that amounts to millions. Vancouverites, with our tax dollars, literally are buying these moderate income units. And I use the word buy deliberately. Yet at the end of the day, we don't own them. Instead, they're in the hands of a private developer. They monitor top tenants and who monitors the developers. Does the city monitor the developers as the city should? Do we as a city have enough money to continue monitoring and even investigate or enforce a housing agreement for the next 60 years? That is a lot of money in present value. Has anyone done any study to find out the true cost of 60 years of monitoring housing agreements? The main reason developers find it expensive to build affordable housing is that they have to buy land. Doesn't the city own land that they can build affordable housing on? Why not collect every dollar?
Thank you, Speaker. You're at your 5 minutes. So just want to thank you so much for calling in this evening. And we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Council, the next speaker is Sheila Vizzi. Sheila Vizzi, speaker number 11.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can, up to 5 minutes.
Clear? Okay, good.
Yep.
Good evening. I am opposing this project, and I'm a neighbor, or I live in this neighborhood. This project is worth a careful review, as it is the first new case like this on the whole stretch from 16th Avenue to Nanton. The city has still many months away from coming forward with a citywide plan, the Vancouver plan, but this is a significant precedent-setting proposal for our neighborhood and could set off a chain reaction for many blocks around. There is no community plan for Arbutus, like the Cambie and Norquay plans. So let me illustrate some examples. The site plan shows a 26-foot, 10-inch setback from the property line to the face of the building. This setback includes the 17-foot road dedication for road widening. The COV engineering is seeking to expand right-of-way along Arbutus from Broadway to 37th Avenue, as per an email dated November 20th, 2019, from Robert White at the COV to PCI. Between 16th Avenue and Broadway, there are many commercial buildings that are built close to the sidewalks with no 17-foot road dedication accommodated. This is why a community plan is necessary for Arbutus Street. Spot rezoning and double standards is not conducive to a workable city. I ask councillors to consider the whole forest and not focus on the single tree. Please ask the COV to have a comprehensive plan for Arbutus. Please postpone the application to a later date. This building will set a precedent for our blocks between King Ed and 16th Avenue. The next 3,500 block of Arbutus is already purchased by a developer with an eye on the outcome of this public hearing. The city responded to the open house question regarding the 17-foot future building line dedication, stating that the emphasis of car travel in many cases will not happen. So my question is, are the COV departments talking to each other? No, because there is no city community plan. As much as I oppose this 6-story proposal, I have to agree with PCI that the 17-foot road dedication does not make sense. What a win-win situation would be is for both tenants and neighbors, if the building were to move 17 feet towards Arbutus, there would be more green space and outdoor area for tenants, at the same time providing better transition to the neighborhood, fostering neighborhood environment. Tenants are not likely to play ball, garden, or have a picnic in the front 17 feet near Arbutus. The 17-foot setback should be removed or decreased to allow building to be shifted towards Arbutus and to increase the footprint or the height lowered. That would fit better with our neighborhood. The other example quickly is the traffic. PCI sponsored a traffic, and in it, their traffic was confined to the movement inside and outside their building property. It did not consider the future SkyTrain, the condos along 33rd and Broadway. It did not consider the congestion of the intersections. It did not consider the future development at the 3500 block of Arbutus or the Arbutus Village development, which has 500 vehicle parking spots, or that is planned to have 900 vehicle parking spots. It only provided just a few parks entering and leaving. It did not consider that people will be parking on streets to save some parking, because parking stalls would not be included in the rent. The project site is the same density as any 6-story building on the Cambie corridor. In fact, Arbutus Street is much narrower, and the Arbutus corridor lacks a comprehensive community plan. Cambie has 6 lanes and an island in between. Arbutus only has 4 lanes. Again, this is another compelling reason to reject this project until COV has a plan for the Arbutus corridor. Please don't rush this precedent-setting building just to satisfy the rental quota for this year. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you. Exactly 5 minutes, though. Thanks again. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is number 12, Fendi Chiang. Fendi Chiang.
Mayor Stewart. Oh,
yes.
Do we have the speaker?
Oh, I think that was me.
Oh, that was you. I'm being told that speaker number 12 is not on the line.
Okay, let's try speaker number 13, Andy Sue.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Hi there.
This is Andy. Can you guys hear me? Hi. Hi. How are you doing? Thank you for for spending the time to listen to me. My name is Andy. I grew up in this neighborhood all my life with my parents for 20 years now. We have a really quiet and peaceful neighborhood. I oppose this project. The government should spend tax dollars on government land. The previous chief planner, Gil Kelly, have said that the government have enough zoning properties for years to come. Then why are we having this moment? As the previous speaker said, this corridor is the point. A lot of people are looking into this meeting, hearing what the government have to say. I feel like the government needs to figure out what they need to do. The government should not start on rezoning if they don't have the proper zoning capacity data. Does the city have the full data for the zoning capacity? If you don't, how can you expect the community to support you? I support the high density because, as you say, the area do need it. But I feel like as such a nice corridor, we should figure out more on traditional and stacked townhouses with 2 or 3 bedroom, which will provide a much needed family accommodation and at the same time a better fit for the neighborhood. And one other thing I want to point out is that the apartment, as it has 116 family to stay at, the apartment doesn't have sufficient parking space, and that would seriously inconvenience the neighborhood resident. And then the back lane is a common area for all the housing that live there. And I do know that on that block there are laneway houses that go directly into the garage of the building is going to face right into the laneway house. And for that, I feel that it will affect the safety and the tranquility of my nearby resident. In terms of the economic benefit, this plan will cause the housing price in our district to fall and affect all our neighborhood interests. So I oppose this project, and I do hope that you guys can consider making it a townhouse rather than a 116 building. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Kevin Sue.
Mayor
Speaker number 14. Go ahead, clerks.
Do we? I'm told speaker number 14 is not on the line. Did I hear speaker?
That was just me again.
That was you again. Okay.
Sorry. Tim Price, number 15. Speaker number 15, Tim Price.
Hello there. Hi.
Hi there. Up to 5
Hi.
minutes. Whenever.
Yeah, I'm not going to be 5 minutes. All I can say is I've lived in the area for 55 years, and of course, there's going to be some progression. I can understand that, but I now live directly across from where the site's going to be, and I just would rather not be there at all. At the same time, I do understand they need rentals. What else? With the traffic on Arbutus, it's already super congested, and on East Boulevard, where I live, I would rather not have visitors coming and parking their car and visiting their friends at all times of the hour. And also the speeding that goes on my street. I'm not even allowed to get speed bumps put in, but they can build a 6 or 8 story building. I don't quite understand. That's another topic. But overall, I wouldn't mind the building if it wasn't so high, basically. And there's a lot of buildings already been built on Arbutus Mall, and there's tons of units there, so they might not be as affordable, but there's a lot of density in this area that's just been put in. So that's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I don't see any speakers or questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is James Ashenden. James Ashton, speaker number 16.
Yes, hi.
Hi
so,
there.
Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I live in this neighborhood, and I'm opposing this development. I'll quickly go over a laundry list, and then I wanted to talk a little bit more about parking. I find that the building is out of character for this stretch of Arbutus between 16th and King Edward. Particularly the height, the 6 feet, is substantively taller than the surrounding single-family residential houses. And I think what will happen is that there will be view-ins and overshadowing of a good chunk of the houses near this development. This is a substantive change for this stretch of Arbutus. There's no recent community plan, as far as I know, in this area. So this results in being a piecemeal or a spot rezoning. The city, as far as I know, hasn't even finished its Vancouver plan. So how is this fitting in with the overall idea generally of the city and in this area? And this is also a mostly family area. But this building, when you actually delve into the numbers, has very few family suites. Less than a third of the suites would be considered family, 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. And I'm not sure that that's going to result in what perhaps the council is looking for, which is increase in family accommodation, in particularly that which could be for moderate families. And so it's going to be more of a singles building than a family building in a family area. The main thing I wanted to talk about was parking. I went through the parking plan as far as I could see, and it detailed everything about the on-site and the traffic flows in the immediate area. What it didn't address was the reality of this development, which is that many of the vehicles that will be used from that building will not be parked underground. They will be parked on the street. One reason is going to be economic. The price of the stalls underground will probably be at least $100. Even if they charge $40 for parking, people are going to park on the streets for economic reasons, especially if you have moderate income. Ultimately, once the building matures and people have been there for a while, you're going to probably see somewhere just below 100 vehicles additional that come from the unit, and I would suspect at least a third of those are going to park on the street. What will happen is that there'll be clogging on 21st Avenue and 20th Avenue between Arbutus and Vine Street. And some of it may even overflow over into the Shaughnessy on West Boulevard because that's where there's a crosswalk with a light and a stairwell. And that'll be faster to park there than at the end of Vine Street at, say, 20th Avenue. And the traffic plan takes no account of this. This is the reality. You add in the fact that there are more laneway houses and basement suites in the area. The parking is just going to be chock-a-block. And if this is the template of development between 16th and King Edward, what will happen is that the first 2 blocks from Arbutus past Vine to you will be nothing but parking on the streets if this gets fully developed out, which is probably what this council wants to do. And again, that will increase the accidents in the neighborhood. And that laneway is used by a lot of people walking, particularly in the fall, because they don't want to get splashed with the water on Arbutus Street. And I suspect that there'll be accidents on that laneway as well. So all that basically is, but the traffic plan, I don't think it was fully thought out. It was probably it's probably to the city's requirements, but it's not as based in reality as people who in this neighborhood and what I've seen in other neighborhoods will experience. The other thing I would say is bicycle traffic. It talks about having plenty of bicycle space in the building, but the reality is bicycle traffic here is highly seasonal. I walk my son to school about 15 minutes south along the Greenway most days, and I can tell you in January the amount of bicycles versus, for example, today or yesterday, it's about 6 to 10 times more at this time of year. So that's not going to be a solution. It's not going to take away that many vehicles. It will be an option and a pleasant one for people, but it's not going to take away a substantial number of vehicles. One last thing, if you approve this building, I think a recommendation would probably be that they should move the bus stops from 19th and 21st Avenue going southbound on Arbutus to be at the 20th Avenue in front of this unit, which is also right beside where the light-controlled crosswalk is for pedestrians and a stairwell that accesses that area of Shaughnessy. Because that would probably be a better, more efficient use of the bus.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for your helpful suggestions there. You are over time, so I don't see any questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Council, the next speaker is Andrea Avison. Speaker number 17, Andrea Avison.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in tonight to share my support for this proposal. I echo a lot of the comments shared by previous supportive speakers. This proposal is exactly what we need to see more of in the community. As a longtime renter, I'm all too familiar with the challenges that come with finding suitable housing in the city. I used to live on U Street, quite close to this property, but had to move when my landlord decided to renovate. So bringing more secured rental housing to the market would eliminate this happening again and again to people just wanting to find a long-term home in the communities they love. For a long time, this stretch of Arbutus was just single-family homes and the defunct railway. Now there's the Arbutus Greenway Park space and new shops at 16th Avenue like Loblaws, and adding new housing to this community in a thoughtful way just makes sense. The proposal has 116 new homes proposed, 24 of which are affordable renters. Like me, most people in Vancouver are renters, certainly many within my age demographic. They deserve high quality and secured homes as well. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again, though, for calling in. We have Marco Cardam, speaker number 18, Marco Cardam.
Mayor Stewart, I'm told that speaker number 18 is not on the line.
Thanks so much. The next caller is Michael Michael Leeper.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, like many others, like all the other speakers that mentioned before, I am for the project. As a young student and young professional, I'm always constantly looking for affordable housing. So having an area that's affordable and dense, where it's close to public transit, is always a good thing. In a city like Vancouver, it's always hard to find areas like this, and constantly every about 5 months to a year, you're constantly looking for a new place. That being said, I do hear a lot of other speakers talking about traffic and parking, so I'd like to just touch up on that. As another speaker mentioned, they said that 1/3 of the homes in this building will be single family. Those are the families that I would assume would have vehicles. Most of the others, so 2/3 based on him, means that they're going to be looking for public transit. One of the main things about people my age is we're always looking for something that's environmentally green. So bicycling or taking the bus is the way we go. Regardless, I think if this is a step forward in the right direction, but regardless if it's a step forward in the wrong direction, like some may think, I think it's a step that we could either improve or develop on, because this is going to be the first kind of building in that area. So I'm all for it, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your time. No questions, so I'm going to move on. Council, we're at speaker number 20, John Guramel.
Good afternoon, councilors and Mayor Stewart. I'd like to start off by introducing myself. I'm John Guramel, and I reside in the west side of Vancouver. I would also like to thank everyone for making this happen and coming out tonight. I appreciate that a democratic hearing is taking place across all ages, and I'm very happy to see a lot of our youth speaking and taking matters into their own hands about their future. I myself am a graduate youth residing in Westside Vancouver. I have been a resident of BC and especially the west side of Vancouver for just around 15 years, and just moved around the False Creek area at the beginning of this year. I have seen a lot of changes over the years in the west side, and there has been one factor that hasn't been able to change and has been sticking around for a decade now, and that is our housing crisis in Vancouver. Over the years, I have been working very hard on doing my best to accelerate in my field of expertise. However, our income as working class youth professionals do not provide the opportunity to be able to obtain a secure, affordable housing in the west side of Vancouver. That is one of the reasons why I had to move out of west side near False Creek. Therefore, I am in support of this project. For that reason, it will relieve our youth a little bit by providing 116 new secured rental homes. Out of the 116, roughly 24 of these suites will be for people like me who are driven to secure a lifestyle in Vancouver, west side, and be able to progress in their life without having to worry if, a homeowner will tell them to move out of their basement as their son from university is moving back to find a job in Vancouver. Because, that is what all of us as youth are struggling to do. We're all in a way trying to stand on our own feet and survive. The last thing as youth we would like to do after graduation is worry about, where to move next. I had a lot of my friends move in and out of the city as prices are spiking up and there isn't affordable housing being provided in the west side. With that being said, we need more projects like this. This project is a step towards movement on affordable housing. PCI states that a household income of 30 to 80K a year would be able to afford these suites, and I personally fall into that moderate income earner bracket. A lot of us youth appreciate that this development is transit oriented as well, as the previous speaker had said, and on many cycling routes because us youth are green. I still remember the day where I got my bike stolen coming out of soccer practice just on the west side, and I just hopped on a bus to get home. And, this is very nice. This is very convenient for all of us. This development will be allowing myself and the youth to build their future in Vancouver by providing, affordable, secure housing by being located in a key area that hosts main bus routes along with cycling routes that will provide ease of travel to work and nearby amenities. I personally don't want to live far away from the city where I would have to commute to work for, let's say, maybe an hour of my day just commuting to my job one way and an hour one way back. That wouldn't make us all very, very happy Vancouver. With all that being said, I want us, the youth, to be able to be the building blocks of this core, develop urbanized, vibrant lifestyle in Vancouver, as every generation has been, as the previous generation has been on the west side. Thank you for listening to my hearing. I encourage everyone to be in support of this project.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Arsalan Shagan.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm just calling to voice my support for the proposed development on the Arbutus Street. Right. I'm a youth residing in Vancouver, and honestly, I'm struggling to keep up with the rental housing prices. Right. Our city is definitely one of the more expensive cities in the world, and our prices definitely don't allow the average citizen, student, or young professional to obtain affordable housing. I think this project will find some relief in the housing crisis, offering many new units, right? And a large percent of them being for the lower to moderate income earners like myself. And as a lower earner, I can confidently say that it's an asset to be located near public transit. For me, a high cost is just driving a car, right? Especially when you're going to school and barely keeping up with monthly payments, right? ICBC insurance, as we all know, can really make a dent in your monthly income, right? It's very hard to keep up with everything, and I can confidently say that that being located near public transit will for sure help a lot. I mean, this type of housing is what we need in Vancouver. Over the years, I think that Vancouver will sort of be shaped towards this sort of development, and I believe that starting earlier, such as like right now, will for sure benefit everybody, right? Like essentially, 116 rental homes speaks to a bigger picture, like the inflated housing prices in Vancouver. I think affordable housing is very necessary, and I think it will do a lot of good for yeah. I mean, I just want to thank everyone for your time, and I really do encourage you to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for calling in. Really, really appreciate it. Don't have any questions for us from councillors, so we're going to move to the next speaker. Thanks again, though, for calling in. Councillor, next speaker is number 22, Ethan Whitting.
Hello, councillors and Mayor Stewart. Can you guys all hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead.
Thank you for hosting this meeting tonight and allowing me the opportunity to voice my opinion and support regarding this proposed development on Arbutus Street. I'd like to start off by stating that I support this development. My name is Ethan Whiting, and I'm a youth residing in Vancouver, British Columbia. As many of you guys know, we are going through a housing crisis in Vancouver. Vancouver is one of the most expensive places to live in North America, and it's really hard for the youth and low to middle class income households to remain in Vancouver. Projects like this being approved will allow the youth and remaining citizens that don't make as much money in Vancouver to stay in the city that they grew up in and continue to live in the place that we all love and live. Voicing an opinion from a recent graduate returning to Vancouver during a time where locals and long-time working citizens are struggling to maintain the residence during our housing crisis, how is it possible for people like us to remain in the city that we grew up in and, live in? Projects such as this rezoning for Arbutus Street are important because we can densify and implement affordable housing in selected neighborhoods, allowing for long-time locals and youth to remain in the district. As Vancouver currently is always expanding our population and gentrification is occurring, it's tough for people getting pushed out of the residences because of the increasing housing prices in the area. Those residents that are getting pushed further and further due to the gentrification that's being processed is also affecting our transportation systems by allowing those people to move further out from our city within the city, clogs up our highways and roads. This project that will get pushed by, I believe it's good because it's on a main street in Arbutus Street, one of the largest connectors. I believe it's Route 16 connects us to downtown hubs, allowing people to use mass transportational systems. I believe that the support of this project is very important for the youth and lower class people to afford housing in Vancouver and live in the city that we all love. That's all I have for you guys today. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Really appreciate it. I don't see anybody on the queue to ask a question, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Again, thanks a lot for calling in. We have Oliver Bailey, speaker number 23. Oliver Bailey.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you can hear me.
Sure can.
Perfect. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Vancouver resident, having moved here about 3 years ago, and I'm also a young professional in my late 20s. And I know my demographic gets brought up a lot as a beneficiary of the development, but I wanted to bring in a different perspective, which I know many my age share, which is in opposition to this project. Firstly, I just wanted to say I echo the concerns others have raised. I do worry about the traffic and parking congestion in Arbutus. I know we are trying to green the city, but at the same time, many people my age still do drive. I also worry about the cost to taxpayers to administer the program for the next 60 years. And also the fact that it doesn't really seem like this project is more structured to maximize the profits for the developer rather than serve the best interests of the community, with only 24 units allocated to lower income residents. And I would imagine the remaining units will be fairly expensive because at the end of the day, the developer will want a return on this project. So to me, the developer seems to be the real winner. The other concern that I wanted to bring up that hasn't been brought up too much is just about the type of supply which we're adding with this proposal. As a younger person who is looking to be a first-time home buyer, I'm a renter currently. I'm part of a large cohort of people my age trying to find a place with a decent amount of space where we could see ourselves settling down and raising a family. And this sort of small square footage, high density structure is not that. I've lived in a similar building in the past to what's being proposed, and that was a great experience for that time in my life. But at the end of the day, from my experience, tenant turnover was high. And in most cases, a lot of people ended up moving on because they needed to find a place where they could actually see themselves starting a family. And I think there are plenty of other neighborhoods in the city which are better suited for this type of development and are designed for the density. And I know if I was a prospective resident who was looking for that kind of lifestyle, I would rather live in those areas. I also know that I'm not alone in this, as I've had countless friends move here for exciting entry-level jobs at some of the top tech employers. They usually have a great time living in a small rental for a few years, and then they end up leaving the city for greener pastures once they're kind of looking at that next step in life. And so I think we're really losing that household formation, which is obviously key to growing the community. When I look across the city at the current housing supply today, like I said, I'm a prospective first-time buyer. It seems to me that the municipal government really hasn't done enough to expand the supply of townhouses, duplexes, and laneway houses, which are more suitable to the cohort I'm talking about. And projects like these just further limit that supply because you're taking more detached houses that could have been converted into more affordable townhouses or duplexes, while also driving up the price of the remaining detached houses because they become more scarce. With all that said, I recognize we need all types of supply to address the affordability crisis, but it just seems to me like all the focus has been on high density multifamily. And to be frank, I see some pretty impressive numbers in terms of supply coming for high density rentals in the city in the many thousands. And there's very little talk about townhouses, duplexes, or laneway houses. And I think that's largely because the financial returns are better for the developers to do these large multifamily structures. And that might be true, but that's not how you build a city. So in this particular case, I think if we go forward with the proposed development, we're really passing on a prime opportunity to add more affordable supply in that scarce kind of medium density segment, which I also think would be much more suitable for this relatively quiet neighborhood. That's all I had to say. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Council, I've been informed that Speaker 24 and 25 have withdrawn, so we'll move to Speaker 26, Nathan Hawkins. Nathan Hawkins?
Mayor Stewart, Nathan Hawkins, and speaker number 26 is not on the line.
Thanks. We'll go to
I am on the line. I'm on the line.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello?
Great. Okay. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, please, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Nathan. I rent in the city of Vancouver, and I'm 27 years old. And I'd like to talk about, the affordability crisis in Vancouver as a whole. Sometimes people get a little
Speaker, I'm just
removed.
Speaker, it's the mayor here. Just to let you know, in this public hearing, we're really supposed to directly address the project that's under review. So if you could try to steer your comments towards this particular project, that would be great.
Okay, I will do that. I want to say I'm firmly in support of this project. I think it's great. I think this location is exactly where we need to be adding more density in the city of Vancouver. There's so much development and intensification happening in East Van where land values are lower. And it's great that we're getting more people there. We're able to welcome more people into those neighborhoods, but it does have an effect of richer Vancouvers from the west side moving east and, displacing people. That's a risk. My family grew up in this area, and I can't afford to live there anymore, right? That's the affordability crisis distilled in this right here. I can't afford to live anywhere in this neighborhood anymore. And quite frankly, I probably never will unless we approve more projects exactly like this. We have a way to allow not just the people who live in Arbutus Ridge and Shaughnessy now, but their children to continue living in this area. And it prevents them from going to other parts of Vancouver that are more affordable and bidding up the cost of housing there. So this is really everything that we need to support. And for any councillors that are serious about the climate crisis, this is exactly the type of development we need as well. We need to be building dense, transit-oriented developments that are near future SkyTrain stations, that are near high-frequency bus service, that make it possible for people to live in the city without buying a car and polluting when they commute to and from work or to do their tasks every day. So I just really urge every councillor to support this project. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you for your calling in tonight. There are no questions for you, but really want to thank you and thanks for jumping in there. That's great to hear from you. Council, we're moving to our next speaker here, who we have Sina Mohibiani.
Yep, I'm here.
Thanks. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Yep, all right. I would just like to thank the councillors and Mayor Stewart for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. As many of the other people who've called in, I'm also a youth residing in Vancouver. A lot of the points that I was going to bring up today have been made. The big ones that I feel that affect me as a youth in Vancouver is just having availability of residential, rental housing for medium incomes between $30,000 and $80,000. And another thing is a more transit-oriented development, which, especially with raising gas prices and insurance rates, it's really important just to keep costs down to make affordability possible to live in Vancouver, especially as a youth, as someone who has just graduated in university. I think everything else that I was going to say has been pretty much touched upon. But yeah, I just wanted to voice my support for this project at this time.
Thanks again for calling in. I don't see any questions for you on the queue, so we'll move on to the next speaker, but thanks for participating. We have speaker 28, Ashkan Ranavardi.
Hello, I am Ashkan Ranavardi. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for providing me the opportunity to speak before you. I'm calling today to voice my support for this proposed project. I am currently a student at BCIT and have personally had trouble finding housing in Vancouver. As a student, affordable housing is very important for me, as well as having access to bicycle and bus routes. So I'm very excited to see projects like these being proposed, and I believe they will help shape Vancouver to be a more green, affordable, and inclusive community. I just want to quickly touch on some of the concerns that have been made regarding parking. I believe that people who have a low income as well as a vehicle are a minority, and therefore I think that the majority of the potential residents at this location would primarily be using green modes of transportation like biking or busing. Lastly, I just wanted to, I think that the type of residents that this type of affordable housing would bring to the neighborhood would be great for the businesses around. I know I personally eat out quite a lot, and I know that most of the people in my demographic do as well. So I think it would be great for the businesses in that community as well. Thank you guys for your time. That was all.
Thanks so much. No questions for you. So we, as council speaker number 29 withdrew. We have speaker number 30, Rebecca Aston. Rebecca Aston, speaker number 30.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Oh, great. So hi, I'm a resident of Arbutus Ridge, and I will be living within 1 block of this new development. And I have to say, I'm really excited to have some vibrancy brought to this area. We have lived in rental housing in Shaughnessy, and now we miraculously have been able to buy in this area, and we love it here. It's a really, really beautiful neighborhood, and we enjoy it, and our children enjoy it. However, for this project, I have a couple of concerns. I love the vibrancy that it will bring, but what I would ask is that you look at some of the finer details of the projects. If you are looking for families to move into this neighborhood, very few of the units were for more than 1 bedroom, and a 2-bedroom is the very, very minimum that a family needs to live comfortably, especially if parents are working from home. So we need to see more 2 bedrooms plus a den or 3 bedrooms as part of the mix in this building to bring families into this neighborhood. This neighborhood does have schools that can absorb some of the extra people, so being able to bring families into a neighborhood where there is schooling would benefit the schools and the neighborhood hugely. We have space for them, so bring them here. They would be great. And even better than a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom is having green space or townhomes for families. That would be really awesome. Also, just to touch on what other people have talked about with the very small number of parking spaces, why that impacts this community is that this area could also continue to densify with laneway homes and duplexes. And if everyone's parking on the street, everyone has to use their backyards to park their cars. So we will lose the densification in laneway homes and duplexes if there's not adequate parking for these developments that are going in. And laneway homes and duplexes is another really great way to densify in this area that is really in keeping with this area, because families actually want, or even couples or singles, really love living in laneway homes where they have their own space, they have their own privacy, and they possibly have outdoor space as well. So I feel like we don't want to throw that opportunity away for this neighborhood. And lastly, I just wanted to say, with everyone talking about the biking, and it is great that Arbutus Greenway is one of our favorite places. We use that all the time as a family. My husband commutes on there. You cannot access the Arbutus Greenway by bike anywhere between 16th and King Edward. There's a crosswalk right in front of where this development will be, and you have to go up steep stairs to get onto the Greenway. So if they're developing this, I hope that that gets fixed. As a family, you cannot get your kids up these stairs with the bike, and you have to go through crazy busy intersections on 16th and Arbutus, or King Edward and Arbutus, to get onto the Greenway. Even though you can look at it and you can enjoy the view of it, you cannot actually access it by bike without going on really hairy roads. So that is my piece and all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for calling in tonight. There are no questions for you. Council, before I move to the next speaker, by my count, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 speakers left. It is 9:40. I'm just wondering if Council may want to extend to get to the end of the speakers list. I think we could probably do that. And if anyone's
I'll move that if you need a motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr, but point of information on this.
Sure.
Do you need a motion to extend and then refer debate and decision to an upcoming meeting?
That would be great.
Okay, I don't know the date. Perhaps the clerk can advise.
Can we, perhaps what we should do is do that when we recess. Let's just extend the time to hear the speakers, and then when we finish the speakers and close the list, we can have a different motion from recess.
Okay, fine. I'm fine with just seconding this extension. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All in favor then say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Great, thanks very much, Council. We are extended. I will move to the next speaker, who is 31 Dakota Koch.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi there. I just first wanted to say thank you to Council for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. Probably nothing I'm going to say is going to be especially original, because I'm another under 25 Vancouverite who has, don't want to use the word victim, but is kind of beholden to the same unfortunate situation in our housing market right now. Opportunities like this, increased density across Vancouver, are going up, and seeing them go up are always fantastic. But we truly aren't seeing enough going out in specific areas. I was a longtime UBC student, and essentially, at least from my understanding, there are huge gray kind of empty zones in Vancouver where my only options, were to rent bedrooms in which I am or basements in which I are often not of the highest quality, or you're kind of in sticky circumstances a lot of the time that truly just aren't really the greatest environments overall. So seeing something like this go up in the area where it is closer to UBC, in that part of the west side of Vancouver where there really is almost no opportunity for young people, it's just great to see, and I just want to kind of buttress previous points and add my voice of support for it. That's it again. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. We've got next Sajid Carson. Sajid Carson?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. Yep, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I strongly support this project. I went to high school not far from this proposed development, but eventually I was priced out of this market. Now I'm fine having moved away and having started a family in a suburb, but by doing that, I have taken a spot from somebody else who might not be fine. Because housing supply has been artificially constrained by a de facto apartment ban in this area, a lot of people are not fine. What seems to be acknowledged by both sides of this debate is that there is a desperate need for increased housing. As such, I think we need to be doing what we can to reduce the impediments to building new housing exactly like this. To me, providing housing for people is more important than someone's opinion of what the neighborhood's character is or should be. Speaking of character, I see projects like this as a wonderful opportunity to show character by welcoming residents that are otherwise having a difficult time finding places to live near where they work and go to school, especially considering the elementary school nearby is expected to be under capacity. The policy that allows neighbors to veto new housing disproportionately harms groups that are not already comfortably settled in this area. Therefore, I strongly encourage Council to support this project and to establish policies that make it easier to build this type of housing. If someone wants to provide safe, clean housing on their own land, the comfortably settled and housed should not get to veto it because of things like perceived character or inconvenience for people who want continued free parking on public land or who have concerns about shadows over housing for people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move to the next speaker. Thanks again, though, for calling in. The next speaker is Kunal Rishi.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah, so I was actually opposed to this. My family was actually developing a home right around this region. From what I know, it's really close by. And, my parents were retiring and they're developing a home. And we were just really concerned with things like parking, just congestion, just various things like that. And they had spent a lot of money because we'd lived in Arbutus prior as well, like years back. They spent a lot of money on this piece of land, and they were really concerned with the decreased land value and just the future landscape of the neighborhood. And I'm a 27-year-old as well, and I'm actually going to be renting the laneway that my parents are going to be building in that house from them, just because it's more affordable for myself as well. And yeah, we were just concerned, about issues such as parking, congestion, just various things of that nature. And that's all I just really wanted to say.
Okay, thank you for your time this evening. And I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Next speaker is 35, Tang Ong.
Hi. Can
Hi
you hear
there.
me?
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I think I have 8 minutes, which I don't think I'll use it, but I have 2 other guys with me, so I think I'm entitled to 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
If you're representing an organization, you have 2 others with you, then you can have 8 minutes.
Okay. That's what it is. I mean, there's no organization, loose organization.
That's okay. You go ahead. Up to 8 minutes. Are the other 2 there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Go ahead. Up to 8 minutes.
So, yeah, interesting to hear both sides of the pros and cons of this development. And first of all, off the bat is I oppose the proposed development. But what the supporters have come out to say is that I think is that this is Arbutus is a very desirable place to live in, and I fully agree with them. I've been here for almost 35 years now, and I love it. What I'm opposing is rather the size of the development. Previously, Mayor Stewart were asking people to zero in on this development. But from what I hear of the supporters, they are more being excited, to have the opportunity to come and live here than commenting on the development itself. So what I like to say is that the building is a 6-story wooden frame structure. And also it is 81 feet high, which is more than 2 times the height of existing surrounding residences. My main concern for this building being a wooden structure and being so high is that what happens in case of fire? I know people will say, oh, well, we have sprinklers, we have all these things. I agree. But what I like to emphasize is that is during the construction of the development. The development, especially, we know that, fires, accident happen. And especially it's always towards the end of the later part of the development or end of the building of the structure. A case in point is the recent Langley complex fire, if you recall, which is in April 19th. That complex has also, what should I say, is also 6-story wooden structure building. If you have seen the video of the fire on the TV news, which I think when I submit my comments, I attach the video file to City Council. I don't know whether you can extract that now and have a look at it. It is really scary, frightening, and a horrific fire. Just imagine that if this were to happen here, you know how far the flame, the burning embers would travel with the windy conditions that we frequently have in this area or in Vancouver. It will be devastating to the neighborhoods. The Langley Fire Complex has the fire in spite of having 24-hour on-site security, and still it happens. We don't know how it happens, but it does happen. So we have to be very, very diligent in wanting to approve this massive project. This has to be taken into consideration. I know that nowadays, I think wooden structures you can build up to 12 stories high. But ours, even with 6 stories high, is already 81 feet. We need, there's no denying we need to increase the density of this area or any other areas. But having a development that's this size with 116 units is too big for this particular neighborhood. Such buildings, such development could be, placed in, say, your Little Mountain area where there's a big empty lot, not so many built up residential units, houses around. So at least, there is, what shall I say, I couldn't find the word, but what I'm trying to say is that, okay, it has to be in place, or it has to be the location has to be considered properly. We cannot plot all these high story buildings, wooden structured buildings all over the place. It's not suitable at all. I think the council should take the trouble, I hope so, I sincerely hope so, to view the video, and you can see the frames, the massive frames, leaping hundreds of feet high up. Just imagine. As I said, I lived in this area for 35 years. About 20 years ago, there was a new house being built a block away from me, and it was stopped during its final construction days. The frames leapt and went onto my roof, sparks, smokes, and fire. Luckily, the firemen were all over the place, and they extinguished it real fast.
Thank you so much
Just
for that. Did you have anything else to add about this specific project?
Okay, and I fully agree with the previous speakers who have opposed concur with their comments on opposing the project regarding no community plan. What should I say? So forth. Okay. So also traffic problems with number of units going to be built because once this project has been approved with a 6-story high building, you could see lots of 6-story buildings being proposed. And there'll be more traffic. People, the tenants of this affordable housing project will not pay extra for the parking in the building when off-street parking is free. So that's why the neighborhood will be congested with parking cars. What else?
Well, you're very close to your time, speaker. So, anything else to say in conclusion?
In conclusion, I would say that I oppose this for the main reason of the project is being too massive, too high, 6-story wooden structure, and I'm not against, as I say, I'm not against higher density, but townhouses with lower density, lower levels would be just perfect for young families.
You're at your 8 minutes, so I appreciate you phoning in this evening. You don't have any questions, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker. So thank you so much. Thank you. Council, the next speaker is Cameron Zubko.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Sure can. Yep. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Zubko. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a member of the Métis Nation of British Columbia and a former member of the city's Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee. I'm here today on behalf of We Love Kits, which is a community organization representing a group of renters and homeowners in the Kitsilano area. We oppose this application and we ask you to turn it down. There's been much discussion from other speakers in this application already tonight, so I'm going to keep my comments brief tonight and confine my remarks to 3 main issues with this application that I hope you will consider. First of all, we object to the waiver of $1.5 million in citywide DCLs, and we object to the lack of CACs in this project. This development should pay its fair share of DCLs and CACs for public benefits and for the good of the city. For this application, we also question the city's rationale to maintain the city building lines that set the building back an extra 17 feet on Arbutus, as suggested in a referral report on page 13. We believe the planner should be asked to provide more detail about the city's plan for how the city is going to use this space in the future. There is a high cost to maintaining a 17-foot setback for the neighborhood. This has the effect to create a smaller building area so that the building is pushed up at least an extra story. I'd add that any setback on Arbutus is likely going to be highly underutilized, as the space would be noisy and not very usable, and it's right next to the busy Arbutus Street. So rather than holding on to this right-of-way, this dedication should be removed to move the building closer to Arbutus. This will create more green and outdoor area for tenants to the rear of the building, which is much more usable, and at the same time provide a better transition to the residential areas. Alternatively, the building footprint could incorporate the right-of-way and therefore reduce the number of floors so the building is less imposing for the surrounding neighborhood. Lastly, we note that the parking for a building of this size is inadequate. There are 116 rental units proposed in this development and only 65 parking stalls. We do not believe that fewer parking stalls for building residents will serve as a disincentive to those who need to drive vehicles for work or for other reasons. Fewer parking stalls will only push parking into the surrounding neighborhood. Worse scarcity of parking stalls will push up the price of the stalls in the building, which will hurt the more vulnerable building residents who may be without means to afford parking. In summary, and for the reasons I've set out, we do not support this project in its current form, and we hope that you will reject this application as presented. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in. There are no questions for you this evening, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks. We have Stuart Smith, speaker number 37. Speaker number 37, Stuart Smith. Stuart Smith, speaker number 37.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Stuart Smith, speaking in support. Most of what I wanted to say has been said, so I'll keep it short, and I know you guys are trying to race through this. So rental tenure is great. We have a desperate housing shortage, our rock bottom vacancy rate, so every additional available rental home takes pressure off existing rentals and existing tenants. The location is great. Arbutus Ridge and Shaughnessy have historically never built enough housing to take their share of the region's growth, often not even to house their own children. The result of this has been generation after generation overspilling into less well-off neighborhoods. This one building won't make up for all that, of course, but it will help. Every region in Metro Vancouver that grows its housing slower than the regional rate is just squeezing its neighbors, and we need to stop that. Finally, I'll just say a couple of words about cars, parking, and quiet neighborhoods. An earlier speaker suggested that since this is a quieter neighborhood and not a noisier one, that means it will be inappropriate for a building like this. And I believe that that's the wrong framing. It suggests that buildings are what makes neighborhoods loud. But I think we all know that's not the case. What makes a neighborhood loud is cars. So we can allow this building to be built. We can allow 100 new people. We can allow 1,000 new people to join Arbutus Ridge and become part of the community. But whether it's loud or not depends on whether we let them have cars. So I would suggest the problem is not the building. The problem is cars and city policy toward parking. The recently announced parking policy will help, but ultimately we can't have a place where parking is free and driving is free and quiet neighborhoods. They're incompatible. So this building can be a quiet building full of pedestrians, making Arbutus a great place. I would urge you to support it, and that's all.
Thanks for calling in. There are no questions for you, so we're going to move on. I'm going to sneeze first, sorry. Guess not. Okay, Council, we're on to Craig Jorgensen, speaker number 38. Craig Jorgensen, speaker number 38.
Mayor Stewart, I'm told that speaker number 38 is not on the line. Just let me double check.
Okay. We can move on to speaker number 39, Alan Smith then.
Yes, no, we do not have speaker number 38, and we do not have Alan Smith either.
Thanks so much. So that's the end of the registered speakers. I'm going to make my first call for other speakers that may be interested in this item. 1-833-353-8610, code 45733 hashtag. Hi, speaker. What can I have your name and whether you live in Vancouver? Hello.
Hello.
Hi there, speaker. Can I have your name and whether you live in Vancouver?
I was supposed to be speaker 39, but anyways, my name is Marcel de Groot. I live in Vancouver. I live in the area of the development. I'm a longtime Vancouver resident. My concern is more along the lines that we of course need more density, and building more is the answer to that. But what we're neglecting is families. I've seen many friends leave the city due to lack of affordability for family housing. And I see this unit going up, 116 units, and I think there's not many units available for family. And those that are I think they're 780 or 800 square feet in size. And what I'm continually seeing is we're building. Vancouver's becoming a more transient community because all the families are leaving. The office I work in, I've seen over 30 young people who used to live in the city of Vancouver leave as their needs grow. There's nowhere to, if you get married and you have children, you're kind of stuck, and you've got to leave, and you've got to commute from far distances, and that's not good for family, not good for the environment either. And I guess what I'd like to see the city considering more is a spot like this would be a great opportunity with the Greenway to have more spots for family, like townhomes or something along those lines. Truth be told, if this goes up, I probably will profit because my place is probably coming up soon. But I'd rather not see that. I'd rather see longtime friends be able to stay in the community as opposed to the exodus that we've been seeing for many years now for families. So I'd like you to please consider that.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate your calling in at this late hour. Clerks, I'm going to go to my second call now. For anybody who'd like to speak to this item, second call, the number is on Twitter and on the live stream. Clerks, anybody on the line?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we have 2 speakers on the line.
Great, okay. If one of the speakers could let us know your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver, then we can go ahead.
My name's Joelle, and I believe I'm number 40.
Okay, you go right ahead.
Okay. Groovy. Okay, thank you. Good evening to all of you. I grew up at Arbutus and 13th. I grew up like 3 blocks away from this. My parents still live at that address. And once I got out of school and got into the workforce, there was no rental in this area for me to move to. So I became a nomad, right? Living far away from my parents, far distances from them for the past 20 years. Well, now my parents are in their 70s and want me to be closer to them. This project, this proposal is the answer to our prayers. And we are just one of thousands of families with parents who are aging in place, who need the support of their caregivers, of their workforce people, and of their children, right? So, the Arbutus corridor is home to some of the most expensive postal codes in this province. But that shouldn't exclude a whole other segment of the population. Certainly, considering many of the owners in Arbutus, they've been in those homes for 20, 30, 40 years. It goes without saying that they need service people. They need assistance. They need people who, quote unquote, work, operate in the workforce, to be able to have access to them, to be able to service them, to be able to visit them. I really think this makes a lot of sense. It's the right location. I am the future. I'm the future tenant of a proposal like this. And, all this talk about, well, the parking, oh, the noise, oh, the green space, oh, this, oh, that. It's like, okay, the goalpost here, people, the goalpost is more housing. You build more housing, the whole thing becomes more affordable, right? And I want to just say, too, another comment. This idea that it's not suited for families, it's misguided, right? Apartments, condo units, 2 bedrooms plus den. These are the types of homes that working people can afford. The parents stay in the master. The child stays in the second bedroom, and an elder or relative sometimes sleeps over and stays in the den. There's nothing inappropriate here in terms of being able to house families, real families. And I urge you to keep your eye on the goalpost here and push projects like this through. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time this evening. I'm just checking here, but I don't see any questions for you. So thanks again for calling in, and we're going to move to the next speaker.
Hello.
Hi, if you can just say your name and whether or not you live in Vancouver, that you can start your 5 minutes.
Okay. I believe I am caller number 41. My name is Michael, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I reject this project. I'll just quickly revoice some of the reasons that have been already made, and I will add some of my personal reasons as a young professional working in downtown Vancouver and a graduate of UBC. So the building is too tall and it adds too much density. The underground parking will not hold enough vehicles, and they will overflow and put unfair stress and danger to households, if not directly adjacent, than to other streets, because cars will have to go somewhere. The developers as well as city planners fail to consider the 500+ unit development at the Arbutus Mall and its future effects to transit bus capacity and traffic should this project go through. This project is missing the city's financial reports needed to support the monitoring of the enforcement of the rental housing. And on a personal level, I think that the entrance to the underground parking is way too in line with the back lane, which makes it too easy for cars to speed in a back lane that doesn't have any speed bumps or adequate lighting. Also, I think this project threatens the future of the Arbutus Greenway proposed designs, which I think benefits more people than this project can offer, since it's only 20% of 116 units. Also, I feel this proposal fails to consider that it could potentially be putting a very damaging precedent that this project is giving to developers if this project is approved, because it sends a message that Arbutus Street between 16 and 25 can accommodate more 6-story Canby Street-sized buildings. And on a very personal level, I don't think that this renting structure will help a neighborhood foster, because it's very limiting to the growth of a family, because how can we expect families to not have any career improvements and therefore salary increases to stay within the rental limit? So lastly, to end, I would just say that I'm very aware that the land has been bought and something will be built. However, to say that it will solve the Vancouver housing crisis, that 116 units will help all of Vancouver's renters is just wishful thinking. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thanks so much. There are no questions for you, so really appreciate it. Council, I think we have Stefan Husick is the next speaker.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Devin Husick, actually, but, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had the list was is a typo. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Well, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I honestly didn't expect you guys to get to the end of the speakers, so congratulations. I'm sure you'll enjoy a night off. I'm speaking tonight because I've been a Vancouver resident for the last 10 years, and I'm a homeowner. I've been paying taxes. And, you know, it's not that I'm against 6-story buildings. In fact, I actually support them. My concern tonight is the council makes the best use of taxpayer money. And I understand it wasn't your decision, but our city has bought a $55 million greenway. And at the time, it was said that we need to make sure that greenway is for all. And I can think of it no better way to do it than to allow more people to live along it. It is time we've been talking about supporting our healthcare workers for the last year. And we've been banging pots and pans. And this is a way to do something more than that. This is a way you can act by giving our healthcare workers, whether they be nurses, doctors, or janitor, custodial staff, a chance to live within commuting distance of EGH, to give police officers a chance to live within the station at 5th and I guess 6th and 4th, Canby. I have mobility problems, but even I can walk probably about 20 minutes to the future Broadway station or the 99 bus stop. Healthier people can bike a quick 5-minute distance, or, take the 16 bus. This is a great spot for new homes, but it's not something we should go and not care about the existing neighbors. And I think this design has done that. Its treatment along the laneway is outstanding. This isn't a building that goes right to the edge of the property line. This is something that has been carefully carved away at the back and landscaped beautifully that really harkens to the area's gardens. Now, I understand people have raised concerns earlier tonight about where will new people park. And on a personal level, I understand that. I grew up in the Valley. Car culture was part of our life. But last year, hello?
Hi, we're still here.
Okay, sorry, I thought there was another voice. But last year, while commuting to the Valley, I got into a car accident. We haven't bought a new car yet, with the pandemic and everything. And as urban Vancouverites, we've been all right with that. And again, I have a mobility problem. We use EVO. We take public transportation. And I think there will be a lot of people that will do the same. And even if not, your staff have proposed a new proposal with the expanded parking permit program that will ensure, if you pass it, that roads aren't just taken up with people leaving their car for days. I urge you to approve this project, not because it will solve all of Vancouver's housing problems, but because it's a way to look forward to this context of the Arbutus Greenway. And it's with that in mind, I ask you to look forward for the rest of the neighbors. There does need to be a transition here, but rather than looking at what a 6-story building can transition to a single-family home, maybe it's time to look at these single-family homes, the ones that aren't actually developable under current city policy, and ask what can we do with them instead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again, though, for your time tonight. Sorry, I'm just checking here with the clerks. We have Ling Ling Chen, speaker number 43.
Hello, my name is Ling Ling Chen. I oppose this rezoning application. I'm in the first block, so if this one goes, I actually may benefit. But I'm opposed this because it's not the right fit for the neighborhood. I'm not talking about the height. I'm talking about what is available to the tenants. There are lots and lots of apartments, 500 along in the Safeway side. And then there's hundreds coming up along Arbutus and Broadway. There's nothing in between. We need some ground level housing for tenants and potentially home buyers. But tenants need all kinds of housing too, and not just apartments or houses. So I urge you to reject this because even though the city has waived a lot of money, we are not getting the kind of housing that the tenant needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. I don't see questions for you. Council, I hear there's no one else on the line at the moment, so I am going to make the third and final call to phone into this item. The numbers are on the live stream and on Twitter. It's 10:18, Council, so we'll come back at 10:23. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, clerks, just going to check and see if there's anybody else on the line.
Mayor Stewart, we do have another speaker on the line.
Okay. Is that Tuva Sonmez?
Correct.
Great, thanks. Speaker, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you for having this meeting and allowing us to voice our opinion on this matter. My name is Tuva, and I'd like to start with saying that I support this project because I live on the west side of Vancouver for the past 9 years, almost 10, and I'm very aware of the hardships we all face when it comes to having access to affordable housing, especially in a safe area close to transit. Some of the main reasons I support this project are because of the increased availability to affordable housing. The proposal states that the PCI is allocating 20% of the residential floor area at below market rates. And this is extremely important for Vancouver as being one of the most expensive cities in the world to live in. Another reason I love this project is because it is transit oriented. I'm a young adult without a car, and I take transit and pretty much walk everywhere I go. Having public transit nearby and bike routes are extremely important for me. I also like to walk around where I live and find local shops that I can support, and I believe that by providing affordable housing to new residents, they will also be able to expand the customer base for those local businesses around. With the economic pressures that businesses have been dealing with for the past year or so with this pandemic, I believe this could be a great opportunity for everyone. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for phoning in. I don't see any questions for you. Clerks, I will ask, is there anybody else on the line?
There is, Mayor Stewart. We have what would now be speaker number 45 on the line.
Okay. Speaker, please go ahead and just let us know your name and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Oh, hi. My name is Victoria, and I live in Vancouver with my family. And I oppose this development, mainly because of the fact that there are 116 rental units and only 65 vehicle parking stalls. The tenants shouldn't be driving any less than the residents living in the area, but there are simply just not enough parking spaces, which means the overspill will inevitably go onto the public streets. And it's already incredibly difficult to drive through the streets like 21st and 22nd. You have to slow down to like 10 kilometers per hour to get through safely. And pushing that line even further with having to compete with rental owners seems just a bit too dangerous to be comfortable with. Also, additionally, even if they don't own a car and they're taking public transit, I've been taking public transit to downtown, and there have been countless times where I just couldn't get on the bus because it was that crowded. There are that many people taking the 16 bus, either from downtown back home to Arbutus or from Arbutus going to downtown. And there's simply just not enough infrastructure to support an extra 2 stories. So the original zoning that this development should have had is already development enough. And I don't support this rezoning application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's no questions for you, so I'm going to thank you for calling in tonight and just ask the clerks if there's anybody else on the line.
I'm just double checking.
Thank you.
And no, there is no one else on the line to speak to this item, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. So council, we're at the end of the speakers list, and we've done our 3 calls, so I'm going to close the speakers list and also as we've had very little information past 5 o'clock, we're going to close the opportunity for comments. Just before I ask for a recess, I'm just going to ask if the applicant has any closing comments.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. No closing comments from the applicant.
Okay, thanks so much. Staff, do you have any closing comments?
No, Mr. Mayor. No closing comments.
Thanks so much. So, Council, we do have an opportunity for questions to staff at this point, or we could save that for the next session. I'll leave it to you. I don't currently have anybody on the list for questions to.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Carr here. I'm prepared to move a motion to refer questions to staff and debate and decision of this to the appropriate date, and I would need that date to be supplied by the clerk.
Okay, I believe that is June 22nd. Is that correct? It'd be the June 22nd council meeting.
Correct.
Unfinished business, I believe.
Correct.
And that's correct. Okay, great. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder?
Boyle, I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much, Council. We are recessed for this evening.
Mayor Stewart, sorry for the interruption. It would be adjourning the hearing because debate and decision will happen at Council.
Right.
So we would adjourn.
We would adjourn rather than recess. Okay,
Correct.
I'm sorry about that. So can we?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, Councillor Boyd. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, thanks so much. We're adjourned. Anything else, clerks?
All good.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good evening. Thanks for staying past 10 o'clock, and we will see you shortly, I'm sure. Thanks again, staff, and everybody who participated tonight.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, staff. Thanks, Council. That was great.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.